Hello, chat room. Yo, what up, folks? The Joe. That's a foul title. What? Tainted Grail. Hello, everybody. Good to see you. How are we doing? It's just some Tainted Grail, that's all. Nothing to be freaked out about. How are we? We're just trying to get some shopping. We need to go shopping tonight because we haven't got any turkey. I wonder if I can just get like turkey crown. But I've got a feeling we're not. It's the most juicy taint. I forgot my breakfast, chat. Okay? 2 secs, okay? Pretend this didn't happen. Okay. I have my breakfast with me. Great. Well predicted, Damon. I got a granola. But shop bought. It's like one of those little ones. This is like alchemy. You get to pour it in. It's good. Tangy. How is everyone today? How are we doing? How was your holiday season? Think about getting a headache? Yeah, I mean, you know, if you're bored. Why not? We're probably gonna play more Tainted Grail today, chat. I really had fun with that yesterday. If the Fallout randomizer is not hard to set up, I could do that as well. Going out every day for a week straight. It's a bad time for your wallet. Yeah. That was fun. That was very fun. This granola's fine, chat. It could be sweeter. Let me get all the stuff up here. Pour some sugar. I can't go downstairs. Oh, I would put honey in it. Yeah, Jinx has played through that game 10 times, but she's played through it 10 times to fuck Astarium. That's true. Most of it is immunity. Oh my god. There was a compat at the bottom. I just didn't stir in very well. I imagine that's where the sweetness is. Oh. It's hiding there in the dregs. Is it sweeter now? Not really. A video did come out that I want to check out, chat. Which is Matt Mercer on Last Meals. Yeah, she was cracking me up during the whole game. I hadn't got that open up. Is that the actual official trailer? Oh shit. That's exciting. Let's do our dailies. So stream plans, by the way. Tomorrow we're going to stream. Won't stream on the next day or the next day. Okay. Let me do these dailies. And watch our trailer. Let's win this day. Check this out, chat. Fudge. Grain. Ginge. Gobby. Okay, just trying to get letters. Okay. Where's N going to be then? Glyn. Glink? Glyn's. I feel like it has to be this, but maybe not. I don't know. Could be Gwent. Can't be GT. Can't be GQ. Can't be GI. Can't be GP. Can't be GS. Could be GH. Can't think of a word. Could it end NI? Let me just try this to see. Oh no, that's not NI. That's definitely not wrong. That's definitely not right. What if it was like? Let me do glint just to see where the letters are. Oh, it is glint. Oh, I couldn't. Yeah, I could have done that. Well, I accidentally found it. Good job, chat. Dracula, Dogma, Unconscious, Kryptonite, Frankenstein, Fixation, Achilles Heel, Superman, Oedipus, Complex, Softspot, Little Red Riding Hood, Linklater, Downfall, Darth Vader, Bratz, Super Ego. My music's so loud. Oh, there you go. Well, I guess Dogma. Mm. We're not even close. Could be Downfall. Movies that came out this year. They did re-release Dogma. That wouldn't count though. They wouldn't do that. Unconscious? What the fuck? It could just be villains. This one's really tough. Little Red Riding Hood. It's got Bratz dolls, Little Red Riding Hood doll. No, did they make a Bratz movie? I mean, this is the downfall of someone, right? Well, they're your Achilles heel. They're your soft. They're the person you have a right. They're your kryptonite. They're your downfall. Okay, your vulnerability. Okay. Okay. Okay, that's good. I'm feeling like there's gonna be movies here. If they put Dogma here, I'm gonna be pissed. Let's just try it. Was there a Little Red Riding Hood movie this year? I have no idea. Was there a movie called Linklater? Let's try it. Okay, that pisses me off, by the way, because Dogma was re-released. It was just like a 4K release. That's so bullshit. Your fixation, your state of mind. Ah, dude, this is so hard. I don't know. Let's just see if this Little Red Riding Hood movie came out. Okay. Let's read these. Because that shit. Freudian concepts. Okay. Characters in capes. All right. I was locked in on movies. Slang for sausage. Bratwurst. A hot dog. Yeah, Frank. Yeah. Sausage link. Oh my god. All right. Hey, fair enough. You know what? Fuck this game. Fuck this game. Faces. One of these, I think, is the kid with the eyebrows. And I think the other one is Damian Lewis. Did I just cook? I might have just cooked. One of them's not Damien. Will Poulter. There's no way it's not Will Poulter. No, okay, good. Okay. I was sure it was going to be Damian Lewis. Who wears glasses and has those eyes? Because that's pretty much all they've kept. It could be Van Kilmer. Val Kilmer, sorry. Oh, is it what's his damn name? Knight's Tale, etc. I actually don't know. It's not who I thought it was. John Dudrow. James Spader. Okay, that's fine. I was thinking Paul Bettany. Yeah. All right. Tomorrow not in there is crazy. Tomorrow's in everyone. And everyone's been in tomorrow. All right. This one's been really bad for me recently. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I'm going to use context clues. I don't know this one. So, W.I. something dreams. Don't know. I'm not going to even try and guess. I don't care. Wildest dreams. I should have thought about that. You could have cooked that. Me travel the world and the seven seas. Everybody's looking for something. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to be abused. Some of them not to. Sweet dreams are made of these. Christmas. Lucid dreams? Anyway. You can... Oh, nearly a perfect round. Nearly. We're nearly there. Is that Taylor Swift, Wildest Dreams? Fuck you, Taylor Swift. Fuck, dude. Yeah, I nearly got that. We cooked that day, though. Wait. Do I know this? I feel like I do know this movie. Gotta be Rush Hour, right? I swear I see Jackie Chan and Chris Tucker there. Yeah, okay. Nice. Nice. Before we dive into these trailers, chat, did you see some of the crazy news today? Did you see what happened to the guy that made Call of Duty? The guy from the list? Well, Jackie Chan's on the list? Vince Zampella. Yeah, I saw the video. Pretty horrific. I mean... Well, Chris Tucker's on the Epstein list, is he? I don't know, dude. I don't know all the names on the list. It's so confusing right now. Shit's been redacted down to hell. I saw this video of it. It's one of those things where, like, it's sad that, you know, kids have lost a father, yada, yada. But holy shit. People should stop driving at 100 miles per hour. Like, it's kind of a dick move. It was the same kind of thing when we lost Paul Walker, that I was like, that's very sad, because he seemed like a lovely dude, did a lot for charity and stuff. At the same time, driving ridiculous speed, and I'm like, all I'm thinking of, you're not just endangering yourself. You lose control, you're endangering every other pedestrian around. He was going at like a ridiculous speed down a road, lost control, yada yada, and you're like, geezer, you shouldn't be doing that. Wasn't it 2 people died? I think 2 people died. Didn't know that's why. Oh yeah, the video is crazy. Yeah, Paul Walker was, I believe, speeding. Let me get my facts straight so I don't... He was driving fast in his car. I mean, he was going 80 to 93, but he was doing it on a suburban road. He was controlling. I'm just like you can say that you're doing it in kind of like you realize it was quiet street, but you don't know. Do you know what I mean? You just don't know. So I just feel like it's like sad, but also like, come on, dude, don't be a dick in your last moments. You're a vampire, build a castle, manage your clan, expand your... This seems awesome. Wait, what the fuck? V Rising is one of my favorite games of all time. I'm so into this. Yeah, wishlist this shit. Request access? Wait, is it... Oh, no. It's not one of the ones that give you just interest immediately. Awesome. Can never happen to me. You don't... Exactly right. It's just one of those things that you... It's so lucky that no one else got hurt. Well, in that case, I think... only 2 people. Dynasty Warfare. It's sick. Oh, Dynasty Games. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that sounds sick. I love V Rising, so I love the vampire theme scene's great. I'm super into it. I like the vampire stance, you know? Like... Give a little bit. Okay. Here we go, chat. This is the Avengers 5 Doomsday trailer. I was talking about Jinx with this, but before we watch this, what is the worst world to be a vampire in? I think the Strain. If you took away the Strain, I would struggle. I would struggle if you took away the Strain. But the Strain, I think, is the worst vampire to be. But, like, I'd love to tier list the best worlds to be a vampire in. Like, Vampire the Masquerade, Blade, like, old school Dracula. You know, just go through, like, Twilight. You rank them all. And then judge which one is the best, the quintessential. You have all the best powers. You have least chance of being killed. You have all of the cool shit happening around. The culture's fun. And you get access to a lot of shit. Like, what is the best? Medieval times. Well, not just times, but specifically the fiction. So you have to say, like, Twilight world, etc., etc. Like, Underworld, blah, blah, blah. You think medieval times? See, I think the thing is, medieval times, when you take, in terms of discovery, sure, but you would miss a lot of modern day. Like, medieval times is shit. Plays medieval. Well, yeah, but you have to specifically choose one. You have to specifically choose one. That's the game. If you don't go into the other Splat books, Vampire the Masquerade would be the best for vampires. I imagine it'd be up there, but you do have the presence of a lot of other vampires that kill vampires. You've got presence of a very strict code and very well-trained hunters that can kill you, along with magicians that can go after you. So it's... I don't know if it'd be the best. There's got to be a better one out there. There's got to be a better one out there that is safer. Like, Blade's bad because Blade exists, right? And as much as you're very unlikely to run into Blade, you'd never know. You know? He doesn't give a fuck. So, I don't know which one's the best one, but there must be like a perfect one. You're like, yeah, that's the one. Taking video games too. Well, no, Max, you're not realizing the game. You have to pick the specific. So it's not pick a time period. It's pick a world. So it depends. Some vampires live forever in certain worlds. You have to pick a world. Vampires, what we do in the shadows? Yeah. Yeah, they've got it pretty good. You're not wrong. Yeah, that seems pretty good. I mean, hunters do exist, but it doesn't seem as common. Although we do only see it from one perspective, and they do come across hunters. There's got to be one out there that's like the quintessential, like the best, where you have all of the benefits and little risk. Like Twilight is pretty good. Twilight's not a bad one. They can go out in the sunlight. They're really fast. You maintain your youth. There's a code, but it's not too bad. I don't know much about the Discworld vampires. I don't think there's any real hunters in the Twilight verse. Twilight's actually probably up there. That one's actually alright. Do they drink blood in Twilight? Yeah, I assume so. Interview with the Vampire at the end of the film in modern times. That's a pretty good choice, yeah. Yeah, because that's very much like no one really knows about them. No one really knows about them, that's true. Yeah. But I think it'd be a fun thing to... We should take about a bunch of them and we rate them. We that's a fun idea for a shitty little tier list. Is rate each world by the fun you'd have as a vampire in them. And like take it realistically. You get put into that world right now as a vampire, blah blah blah. And that'd be a good little tier list. We should get that. What would be the worst? The Strain. The Strain is by far the worst in my mind. There's definitely ones where you are at risk, like Blade, which could be bad. Blade and living in the same city. But Strain, if you've never seen the Strain, it is your body is filled with tiny little tapeworms, and you're controlled by a master. You lose all your looks, and you're just essentially a zombie. Do you know about any of the other playbooks in the World of Darkness? Yeah. Yeah. Like the Mage one, etc. Yeah. Other Marvel stuff too. That's true, Sushi. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. The Witcher would also be bad because of the existence of witches. Yeah, that's true. However, they are kind of dying off. By the end of the Witcher, you're less likely to run into one. And if you're less of a dick, the Witch is not terrible. Because if you're less of a dick, you can actually make friends with them. Really, the witches only go after the vampires that are doing shit. And often, yeah, they don't go after the high vampires. If you can survive for long enough in the Witcher world and pick off people, you're pretty alright. Yeah, they only really ever kill vampires if one, they think they can handle it, and two, if they're literally just preying on a civilization. So, yeah. Yeah, I think actually the Witch is not a bad one. The Witch is pretty good. I mean, there's a lot of other monsters, but you'd probably be stronger than half of them. Well, but even said, you come across the problem with the Witcher is the world around you. Honestly, I don't know much about MTG. But the world around you is pretty bad. Depends on the vampire and how you often you have to feed. Well, again, so the baseline thing is, of course, it depends on the vampire, but you have to choose the fiction. Choose the fiction. We're not talking about vampires and when was a good time to live as a vampire. Specifically, what world? Do vampires exist in Norse mythology? I can't think of any. Well, you have to choose a world that does have vampires. I think vampires in Twilight's a pretty big winner. I think they've got it pretty good. What powers do they have? They can super speed. They can walk in the sun. They maintain their youth. They're very strong, right? Twilight's a pretty safe one. Is that level saying? Well, yeah, but I'm saying, Kreb, you have to pick the setting. So, because pick the setting before you come up with like what the downsides are, because then it's better. It's because if you go high tech, I mean, Blade has a ridiculously sci-fi gadgets, but you're fucked. Is you sparkle? But that's kind of a nice thing, though, right? Like it'd be pretty. Just out in the sunlight. Honestly, I think Twilight might be the best one to live in. I think that'd be a fun tier list. Maybe I'm gonna write that down so don't forget about it. Yeah, the problem with some of the other worlds is we should do that with a few things, like best world to live in with vampires, best world to live in if you were just a normal peasant. That'd be a fun one. Like, self-insert yourself. We take a bunch of games and we tier list. Would they be good ones to live in if you just got self-inserted? Like, if you were self-inserted to World of Warcraft, it'd be horrific, right? One of the worst places you could live. You have a really big downside if you're a bit young and you need to go to school forever. That's true. Buffy Angel could be decent or horrible. Yeah, there are Slayers around, but you are unlikely to run into them. That'd be a fun one, though. Like, choosing the best worlds, best fantasy world to live in, best sci-fi world to live in. Like, we separate them up by their genre. And then we tier list them based on, like, if you were self-inserted into them. Which ones would be the best? That'd be, I think, a fun thing. I'm going to put that down by separate. Like, you could choose Night City since there was a World of Darkness cyberpunk crossover called World of Future Darkness. I mean, that'd be sick. Worst fictional universes to live in. Well, this is what the only problem with this one is. It's got all of the worst ones. Let's super zoom this now before we watch the trailer. I'll keep delaying the trailer. Yeah, that's true. Refreshing. But you do have to go through a pretty sad thing. I'll super zoom this one. We'll make our own one, make it fun. Because this has got a lot of movies. A Nightmare on Elm Street. Okay, well, what's the criteria here? Just living in a Nightmare on Elm Street world? Easy. Are you on Freddy Krueger's list? I presume you're in the shit. Let's say you live in the area. Let's say you live in the area. Yeah, we're at least close, yeah. Legitimate hell then, right? That sounds awful. Yeah, one of the worst things you could ever experience. I don't know if this line is ever going to go above a not a good time. Right? Because you literally have to sleep deprive yourself to avoid something that's going to kill you in your dream. Horrific. A Quiet Place. Legitimate hell. What do you mean, nah? What do you fucking mean, nah? Literally, you can fuck up and make one... Like, there's nowhere safe. People living on an island peacefully. I'm thinking you turn that movie off halfway in. So quite nice. Guys, there was like a few people that managed to get to an island and survive there until one creature floated over and it killed everyone in about 5 minutes. I guess we're in the second one, yeah. That's true, James, yeah. Yeah, I think you'd be fucked because the average person, if no one fucks up, but you're assuming you just spawn on an island. You live in the middle of Germany, my dude. Get there. This shit kicks off within like, when the creatures arrive, it's within like an hour before most people are fucked. There are millions of these creatures running around. You have to make it to an island. Think about every sound you make on a day-to-day basis. You never said that? Yeah, we're presuming you don't just get the best circumstance. We're not spawning in a Nightmare on Elm Street and you know the weakness of Freddy Krueger. That's cheating. You go in, literally it kicks off right now. You see the meteor outside your window right now and it crashes to the ground. Which world would you like to live in? That shit, Quiet Place sucks. It's not as bad as Nightmare on Elm Street because you have a chance of surviving. You're doomed. Let's say you have the knowledge of A Quiet Place as a world. Right? As it comes on. Like, I say this to you right now and you see the meteor crash down outside, but you know the weaknesses. You're still fucked. Because you have to get to those weaknesses. You have to go and find them. It's awful. I don't know enough about Adventure Time. Is this a bad world? Chat. XSQ you would die. It's not just loud sounds. It was a specific... James, you would die. James, you're dead. James, you just died because you didn't understand Quiet Place's rule. They didn't realize loud sounds is what hurt the creatures. It was the specific frequency. That was the answer. You turn on your subwoofers. You're dead. You said I know the weakness? I mean, you know access to it. Do you have access to the... Chat! Why? Chat, you're not superheroes. Maybe some of you would lose to an eagle. Do you know the frequency they used in A Quiet Place? You know that the entire plotline of that movie was they were messing with her hearing aids to make them work the whole time. They went through many different frequencies. You don't know that frequency. You would have played your loud fucking amps, and then you would have died. You've been one guy? No, that's the whole point of this. That's not what one guying is. So much dread, Quiet Place to have you on hell. Yeah, it's fair. You'd be fucked. I don't know enough about Adventure Time. Animal Crossing, though. It'd be fun, right? I'd rather shoot myself. I do think that there is an element to it where you are trapped in a capitalist world forever, and everyone's slightly annoying. Like, I don't want my life to be surrounded by only positive people. I do want a little bit of skepticism. I like positivity to get me excited about things, but you'd go to your next door neighbor and be like, "Oh, that Tom," and they'd be like, "Huh, I got raisins," and it would probably drive me insane. So it wouldn't be the worst so far, but you would genuinely go crazy. Like, I think I'd go on a murder spree. Okay, well, do you understand the noises they make? Let's say you couldn't talk to them, yeah. One other person running. That's true. You probably would be a villager, because we're going in as NPCs, essentially. You're just yourself. Although they do just give it to the humans. Attack on Titan. I think that's also a legitimate hell, right? I mean, at least you can talk, but until which side? Doesn't it get really bad at the end, though? I think the side that's majority within the city walls. I mean, this one's 90% good, and then as soon as the giants come through, everything's awful. So I feel like it can go in the hell. A lot of these can be hell. The Last Airbender. You roll a D4, or D3, I guess, because you can't be an airbender, right? As a normal person, is it that? I mean, there's a lot of this could be worse. There's obviously I mean, Animal Crossing. Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be the worst. It's not a bad position. You know, you could survive there. You just you follow some rules. You get by. You know, there's a chance you meet some people with powers. You know, it's going to be a good time. I mean, it's not a great. Yeah, you would be a normal guy with no bending. Would be fun. Well, you can't bend. You can't med magic. You can't do that. You're going in as yourself. Time during the show itself, or just the world? Yeah, you go in during the show. The show's time as yourself. It is war. Yeah, I'll put not a good time because you are during a war. That's true. But you might be able to survive, which is really the base of it. I don't know enough about Berserk. Castlevania. Is it as bad as Attack on Titan? Berserk's hell. Is it? Okay, I'll put it in hell. Castlevania might make it incredible. I mean, it's a fucking awful world, but most of the time, I mean, no, you would be in the city. Okay, no, it would be hell, because by our rules, you'd be in the city where Dracula fucking hates. You're getting punished for the sins of other people. Yeah, you're fucked. A lot of these are just hell. Yeah, a lot of these are just hell. Courage the Cowardly Dog. I don't actually know enough about this one. Is there really anything bad in Courage the Cowardly Dog? Wait, isn't there a bunch of monsters that come out at night or some shit? Everything's bad? Should I just put incredibly dangerous? Yeah, you're not the dog. I'll put it in not a good time. Dark Souls, legitimate hell. The world of DC. Oh, is that the point? Okay, then that's actually not that bad. In fact, then it wouldn't be the worst. The world of DC is a tough one. I think incredibly dangerous. Also, chat, I've been watching. I just finished season 3 of Invincible, and I've realized the show has lost 90% of its depth, and I'm now just watching gory Dragon Ball Z. I like it. I just don't think it's a unique show anymore. It is just Dragon Ball Z at this point. I was like, wait a minute. This is just like new power that comes along with, I have an even greater power than the last Vegemite. And I'm like, oh. This is quite literally just Dragon Ball Z. Is the story of the books? Yeah, which is, I'm realizing, just becomes Dragon Ball Z. Season 1 was the best season by far. Invincible's only gone downhill for me. It's just become literally gore fest, like watching superheroes fight in the air. Small town DEC is a pretty ideal place. You're not wrong, because the world-ending threats usually don't hit the suburbs, and there's nothing to say you can't just move away. So I'm leaning on it wouldn't be the worst. You'd be shitting yourself quite a lot, but you know, you can move in this world. Like, under the other rules, you're kind of trapped in these places, right? You can just go, you know what? I'm going to move out to somewhere quite quiet. You still might get fucked, but... Ready to survive there? No. Oh, yeah, so you have the breathable air and shit. Yeah, anything that the characters would have, yeah. You won't have any powers, though. Yeah, move away from anywhere exciting. Yeah, sure, Max, you can send it to me. Sure, why not? Dead Space, legitimate hell. Because you presumably you'd be on the ship, because we're putting you into the area. Not fun. That's not fun. That's true. Central City's not as bad, right? Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer. I don't know anything about this world. Put this on here. On. Doom, legitimate hell. I mean, that one, this is actually, I have to put this at the top because it's legitimately hell. It sucks don't live there. Okay, I'll put it in incredibly dangerous. Dragon Ball Z. As a normal dude, I mean, I don't know enough about, like, are there even cities and stuff in Dragon Ball Z? Anytime I watched it, it was always out in the deserts they have fight. There's 5 cities. Every couple of years you get killed and revived. Is that what happens in that world? Killed so many people. But do you get revived? Are you guaranteed to be revived? Do people even die? Because people keep saying that. One world ending, yes. I'll put in not a good time then. It could be incredibly dangerous. No, incredibly dangerous makes sense. Fallout. I think this is the top of incredibly dangerous. Because a lot of people survive. Presumably you've survived and stuff. You're probably going to die. It's going to suck. Everything in legitimate hell is really, really, really bad. Fallout is... I'm closing in on legitimate hell, but... It's pretty survivable without giving up everything. I mean, if you can get into a nice place... It does suck though. I do... Yeah. I feel like people do live in town. I think I would die by radiation poisoning. You know, it would suck. Family Guy. I don't think it sounds fun, but it wouldn't be the worst, right? I think everyone walk around as a comedian. What actually sounds fun needs to be something that you'd want to move to. Five Nights at Freddy's. One night and out, but the night's pretty bad. So you're there during the night. I mean, you have a chance of surviving, but it's fucking awful. Go to Freddy's. Well, you are there. You would be there. The rule here is that you have to be in the area during at least one of the things. You can move away, So you could run out at night, but you'd be there for one of the nights. In case that, I mean, that's kind of legitimate hell. You've got a bunch of, I mean, maybe I'll put it incredibly dangerous. You have a chance. Game of Thrones. I think I'm leaning on not a good time. It's the same as Avatar, right? You're likely just to live a normal life. I mean, you're probably going to be dragged into someone else's war and killed. So maybe incredibly dangerous. But there's a chance you don't. There's a chance, or you don't get brought into a war and you just die. You know, you know. Most lands are pretty shit. I don't know if I'd go incredibly dangerous, but it wouldn't be fun. Yeah, it's medieval times, yeah. There's definitely places which are better to live. I think Dawn has a pretty easy time. What the fuck's my stream time? We're gonna play Tainted Grail. Dawn, if you're Dawnish, great. If you're in the north would go straight up to like legitimate hell to me, because fucking winter's about to kick in, and it could be like a 10-year winter. You know, awful. Along with being dragged into a war, probably killed at a wedding. You know, there's a lot of places which suck. There's a lot of places which suck. Although we are saying that you're going in with the knowledge. So you would do everything you can, no matter where you live, to move somewhere safe. Like my life goal would be to try and earn enough coin to go to Dawn. I'd go down to Dawn as a prostitute. Yeah, and then it wouldn't be as bad. Godzilla. This does kind of suck. Can I become Maester? I mean, yeah, technically, actually, because you've got real life knowledge. You could probably become a Maester. That's not so bad. Right? Because you could use modern day experience. I'm incredibly dangerous. Not legitimate hell, because you might just live a normal life, but there are giant monsters everywhere. And in this case, you'd probably be living in Tokyo. Yeah, move away from Tokyo after the first bit. And you might be okay. So it's incredibly dangerous, but after that's fine. Grand Theft Auto. I think not a good time. Well, GTA is a parody of real life. So there's stuff in it, right? Like, the words of the police, as much as we joke about it, I literally obey and survive. They can shoot you no matter what and stuff, right? So it's basically, yeah, it's getting closer to the line between parody and whatnot is closing. But it is, yeah. You could be walking out in the street and a mass murderer walks down past you, kills you, and then you learn that he gets out of prison the next hour. You know, and you'd be like, what the fuck is that? Here's the secret to Grand Theft Auto, actually. And why it might even make it wouldn't be the worst. You spawn in, you know the world you're in, and you move to a place you'd never see a Grand Theft Auto game. Right? You're never going to see a Stockholm Grand Theft Auto. Sweden is safe in the Grand Theft Auto world. So I might say it wouldn't be the worst. You've got enough chance to go and get... I mean, you've got to hope in that time that you're going to get a plane that the crazed psycho protagonist isn't going to the airport and stealing the plane that you're on and killing everyone in the area. But if you can survive that immediate bit there, you can get out and go and live somewhere that they would never make a Grand Theft Auto game. Grand Theft Auto Berlin. You know? You're safe. Don't go to London. Gravity Falls, I don't know enough about. Halloween. I'm leaning closer to legitimate hell. Yeah, Birmingham, yeah. Yeah, I think so. I mean, Nightmare on Elm Street is worse. Is it just regular murders? It's an unkillable motherfucker. Yeah, I think it's hell. It's hell. It's genuinely hell. Harry Potter. You go in... Okay, here's the thing about Harry Potter. So you would go to Hogwarts, but you're your usual self, so you wouldn't have magic. Do you think it's a horrible world? I think it's pretty fun. You'd be a muggle in the wizarding world. And Halloween's just one dude. Yeah, but you're not going to be able to take that one dude down. Yeah, you're like a filch. So here's the only issue with it. Oh my god, being Hogwarts without magic would suck. Partially, but you could get all your friends. I mean, you'd have great food. Your friends could do the magic for you. You could live in the Hogsmeade area. It's not terrible. But also, I don't think it's great because you've got a forest filled with giant spiders and monsters right close by. People getting these violent outbursts. Yeah, you'd be like a Waitrose Hogsmeade. Exactly, yeah. In fact, hold on a second. You might get pretty fucking rich. Because they're very confused by muggles. You could go and do muggle teachings at Hogwarts. Approach Dumbledore, say, I want to be your muggle teacher, teach everyone about the real life world, introduce a new course they should have fucking been learning from the get-go. Psychopaths, right? It's like, genuinely, if your school was the only place that didn't teach English and the rest of the world spoke English. It's mental that they don't do that. Or maybe they do, but we just don't hear about it. I would go and teach Muggle studies. You know? I think that's what I would do. That sounds good. You get all the benefits of wizards helping you out. You become rich as shit because they're paying you in gold. Like, you could live a pretty cushy life. You could live, I mean, till Voldemort gets there. But, you know, I'd probably brown nose him. I'd probably send him fan letters. Be like, look, man, I agree with you. Wizards are on top. Us muggles, pathetic. Big fan of yours. And then I'd deny it to Dumbledore. I think it could be alright. My father Weasley was exiled or some shit. I think they found it weird, I guess. But you've already been discovered the world. They might just wipe your mind and send you back home. Then it's fine. Hollow Knight. I mean, I guess you're shrunken down to their size, so that's terrible. Hell. I mean, I don't know enough about JoJo's. It is pretty hell. Jurassic Park. I'm leaning closer to hell. You think dangerous? Those raptors are the thing that's pushing it up, though. Let me move, but I'm going to move this to the top. As the void one. That way we just don't cover it. There you go. Grey. Yeah, you're on the island. Well, not in Jurassic Park, they're not around the world. At this point, they're just on the island. The outbreak just kicks off. You're working there. You know, maybe you're on the tour. It would suck. You say you just leave the island, though. How are you leaving the island? Are you with Jeff Goldblum? That is the safest thing you can do. If you have the knowledge. That is true, actually. Good point. I mean, you'd have to say when it kicks off, though, right? I'll put incredibly dangerous. It would suck. Kirby, I don't really know enough about. Looney Tunes. Oh, Looney Tunes is quite a good one. Because Looney Tunes is the only example here I can think of where someone has gone inside. You know what I mean? We literally can use Space Jam as our example here. You get powers. They're all funny. And honestly, once you start learning, the thing that Michael Jordan did wrong is he didn't realize how much power he had. He didn't think like a toon. Right? You go in there and you realize they follow the rules of funny. Right? And as long as people are laughing, you can do those powers. You become a god in that world. I think it sounds fun. I think the Looney Tunes would be insane. Yeah. I think you go in their world, you have a great time as long as you stick to your code. The Marvel world, I think, is bad as DC, right? Don't know enough about Mega Man. Metroid Hell, because it is literally just yeah, exactly. If you play it for Full Injuries as a joke, you go, yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can just literally be a god. The Thanos snap. That's true. Though job security goes up if you survive it, and it's not really in pain. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, maybe not a good time because of the Thanos snap. It does get reversed though, and you know it's going to get reversed. Here's the good thing about the Marvel one: you're going in with a bit of knowledge about it's going to get reversed. If you're going in for Marvel films, right? You could just use that as a nice chance to like push yourself up in the society, and then know when you come back you're good. What was I just holding on to then? Metroid, yeah. Minecraft. I haven't seen the Minecraft movie, but I imagine this. Minecraft movie fans, how is it to live in there? They do, yeah. Marvel does love its Galaxy Eaters. It's not a great time. You're not wrong. Yeah, you're actually right. It is incredible. Yeah, no, you're right. I'm thinking about all the Galactus. It does suck. It kind of sucks. So you can build anything. Do they have that power in that film? I'm feeling like it wouldn't be a good time because you have. Well, you're saying minus the night. I feel like you're going to get eaten at night. It's not a good time. You have more power than you think, but it sucks. Monster Hunter. Honestly, Monster Hunter mostly teaches me that they just go around and they kill monsters in their own environment. It does feel dangerous, though. You never die? Do normal people not die? You're not a hunter in this mode, though. Good food, though. Yeah, honestly, I'm going to put not a good time. Because some of the places are really nice, and you know you're surrounded by ridiculous hunters that just wipe out species. Like, the humans are the bad guys in this world. I don't know what mother is. My Little Pony. My Little Pony. Yeah, you're a human. I don't think you'd survive a fight against anything in the Monster Hunter world. Everyone's... Yeah, you're right. Yeah. You become pony, you go in there as a human. Percy Jackson. Oh, anyone said fun for that one? Yeah. Yeah, this one's fine, right? That just wouldn't be the worst. You are aware of it, yeah. You're going in as yourself, aware of the world. You're thrown straight into the main world of the characters living in the same town or city, whatever it is, of the main character. So Metropolis or Gotham for DC, for example. Metropolis is probably better, or one of the main ones. And you know of the general outline, etc. You're not a demigod, chat. You are you. You're saying it's not a good time? I guess not a good time makes sense to me. Because if it's worse than real life, then yeah. Pokemon. I just saw Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, by the way. I'm just going to put wouldn't be the worst. The structure in that's very low. Actually fun. Okay, let's think about Pokemon normally, though. You don't really... The problem with Pokemon, though, is that when you walk... But everyone's happy about it, so maybe it's fine. When you walk out into the wilderness, you do get attacked by a lot of creatures. You could be a trainer. That is true. You could pick that up. It's not like a birthright. Yeah, but do people ever die? Yeah, you might be right, chat. It might be actually fun. I think it might just be fun. Let myself up a little bit. I don't know what this is. Skip. I also don't know enough about Rick and Morty, so I'm just going to skip it. Let me get rid of some of these ones that I don't know about. Just so we don't have to do it again. All right, I think I'm good on the rest. All right, Resident Evil. Fuck that. Yep, another hell right there. Another hell. Easy hell. Saw. Hell. Yep, that's bad. I don't want to be. I don't want to be one of his little toyed. You know, wake up in a fucking trap. Watch Max go. Actually, no, I think I'll get out of it. Go on, Max. Say your fucking sentence. Just be a good person. Yeah, but you're presumed to be hunted by the person here. And also, he doesn't really... He sometimes will go after someone for the most... Like, you could steal from fucking your local supermarket and go, I want to play a little game. Last week you stole popcorn. And you're like, okay, chill, dude. Is it easier pre-knowledge? You are... What pre-knowledge? That you just have to beat the game to survive? He tells you that. Know the solutions for traps? Well, hold on. Let's say you know the solutions for traps, okay? This is Saw 3. Or even Saw 1. The solution is still not easy. A lot of the time, the solution will be like, carve out your own thing or watch someone else die. It's only shared to get in the traps. You're in the trap. Chat. You have to follow the rules that have been set to us. You are your normal self going into this world, but you are involved in the situation. To be involved in the Saw world, you have to have been picked up. He might have got it wrong, chat. You might try and convince him you got it wrong, but you're getting fucking injected and you're getting put in a trap. It would suck, but it's doable. You've lost your mind. Chat, you're thinking yourselves as main characters. What the hell do you mean it's doable? You wouldn't say your legitimate hell is waking up with your arms in a fucking razor blade where you have to, like, pull down. This is literally one of the worst things. You might survive with the worst trauma you've ever could possibly imagine. In fact, I think Saw is worse than Halloween. Because at least you can keep running, driving, and hoping. But in that one, I'm guaranteed to have to work out some crazy-ass trap and get fucking hurt. Is that a fair trap? I mean, original Saw, it's still not fair. You guys are acting like you're goddamn heroes. Saw off your own foot. Yeah. Fucking, what the hell do you mean? None of these traps are fair. It's bullshit. Scooby-Doo, though, kind of sounds fun. Here's the thing about Scooby-Doo. You have the knowledge that all these you're chilling out with the crew, and you have the knowledge that it always turns out to be a dude. And so you just have fun solving mysteries with a gang of rich people. It's just good. If we're involved in a situation, I don't get how DC or even GTA. DC's argument is that you can move out of the city. So you can... Okay, so chat. I'm going to give you the scenario, and then I'm not going to give the scenario again, because I've explained this. It feels like it's basic. Right? You are now currently teleported, and you're like, wait a minute. I'm in the GTA world? What the fuck? Wait, is this Los Santos? GTA is going on. The story of GTA is happening outside. You can then do whatever you want from that point. When I say you're involved in an extent, you don't have to be like, you're not a character in that world necessarily, like to the thing. Like in Freddy Krueger, you're on his list. You're in the town. You know? Wait, here, Bruce music, you know? It's the concept is that you have to, we're trying to have fun here, right? There's no point discussing these stupid little unplausible, silly little scenarios without the you are attached. If we're just going to go, yeah, but I just stay at my house. There's no right. Why would we even do? Let's just end the stream and walk away. Depends on the Scooby-Doo canon. In the original cartoon, they had confirmed aliens. Well, apparently courage was only held for the dog. SCP Foundation. Legitimate hell. Silent Hill. Legitimate hell. Are you declassed or part of the Foundation? Honestly, both are awful. But people from the Foundation die all the time. If you suddenly teleport into the facility, the knowledge of those creatures existing around you and out in the world, it's awful. Like, you would never sleep. Yeah, prior knowledge makes it worse. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, James said. That sucks. Yeah, and they're not going to really let you walk away. Sonic the Hedgehog. I wouldn't necessarily say fun. It's not better than the real world. Does Dr. Robotnik ever try and destroy civilization? Or was he mostly just... If you're on Sonic, you're an animal? I'm going to ban BBP. Give me one good reason not to ban you right now. You're ruining my fun by not following the rules. Also, there's humans in Sonic. His dad did one. I don't know. I feel like Sonic's not the worst. Wouldn't be the worst. SpongeBob SquarePants. Now, I did say earlier, the question was posed, and it's a fair question. Do you have the ability to survive? Like, you are given the equipment to live there, right? And it's the same equipment that the little squirrel girl has, right? So, that's okay. So, because she never seems to struggle with her one that much. Yeah, you're in Sandy's dome, you know? It wouldn't be awesome. You know what I mean? It wouldn't be that great because everything's going to stink. How does she eat? What does she eat? Well, how do they cover that? Yeah, I feel like it is a little bit of a living hell to me. It would be constantly... Does she have a farm? It's a lot of work. I'm going to put incredibly dangerous because it's better than a lot of these, but my God, you would have to pick up... You'd have to... It's pretty bad to stay down there. Star Wars. Now, let's pre-decide, right? Let's say this is the original movies and the prequels and whatnot. And I'm saying you're involved in it, right? In some extent. You have to be in... You have to start off your journey in an involved place. Would that be Tatooine? I feel like Tatooine is the fairest example of that because that is the planet which is in the most movies. So we kind of have to say Tatooine. And that would suck. However, if you're anywhere else, maybe you flip a coin. There are some good places. You know? Like, there's an element of it where you're like, oh my God, this world does suck. But holy shit. Fun food, fun exploration. Holy shit, we can travel around the galaxy. Hot Twi'lek ladies. You know, there's a pretty cool aspect to Star Wars, which you'd be excited about. Sure, you'd stay in line. And the reality is the Empire is super racist against non-humans. You know? Which you happen to be a human. So you are safe there. It is a dangerous world, but I do think the fun parts of it do push it forward a little bit. Yeah, you also do have the prior knowledge of what planets are going to be targeted the worst. That's also true. Your best bet on Star Wars is to look at a list of planets, and if you haven't heard of the name and it looks quite nice, go there. Humans aren't very safe in Andor. That's fair. Andor does change things a little bit. Naboo's not bad, actually, yeah, because Naboo really only struggles with... They let the Gungans do all the fights. I think it's not a good time. I think some prior knowledge, you can have some fun. I think the fun you'll have might surpass some of the bad elements. And then you'd have a miserable time. But who knows? Super Mario. Super Mario is a strange one, because I guess you would go into the Magic Kingdom. It's better than Sonic, in my opinion, though. Right? Yeah, like if you take the Mario movie, for example, I mean, you'd have to be in like the Mushroom Kingdom, not Magic Kingdom, Mushroom Kingdom. That is the main place. Mario's human, but not all humans have powers like that. It's not bad. You are right, there's lava pits, bottomless gaps, but does anyone ever really die in Mario? Yeah, there's a lot of... It's not a great time. It's a bit worse than Sonic, actually, thinking about it. Sonic stuff is very contained. That was cause hell because you know the piece is going to invade your home, steal your shit, murder you, put a bucket on your head, and you have no capacity to ever move. Well, here's the thing. Here's actually the power here, Mose. You have the prior knowledge. If you're going in as yourself, you have a power over those NPCs. There is something you can do that the NPCs in Elder Scrolls don't have. Because you're going in with your current powers. You're stronger than the NPCs. There's no loading screens for you. You can crouch. If they crouch into a hidden spot, if they climb up on something that can't be reached, you can climb that. And you can lift a bucket off of your head. You might be the scariest person to the protagonist in that world. We're in Tamriel. Let's take each one. Morrowind, then Oblivion, and then Skyrim. Still wouldn't be a good time. Giant spiders, monsters, all that good shit. And you don't have magic and stuff. It wouldn't be great. Morrowind is swampy and shitty. You'd probably be eaten. Oblivion is literally Oblivion Gates, probably legitimate hell. And Skyrim is during a war, massively cold. Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Honestly, it's incredibly dangerous is probably the only place I can put this one, if not legitimate hell. Because, well, you might survive long enough to enjoy yourself, but it does kind of suck. The Hunger Games. I mean, legitimate hell, right? That sucks. Especially because you're going in there now. Yeah, you'd be fucked. Yeah, you're picked. Yeah, it sucks. You'd have to get picked in this scenario because we said Nightmare on Elm Street, you're being hunted, etc. Yeah, it sucks. You're a random guy, no way you get sponsors. I mean, you might get sponsors. But even if you do, you still have to do the deeds. And it sucks when you're in the... It just sucks. It sucks. The Last of Us. Pretty much legitimate hell. It's not a fun zombie verse to be in. Yeah, it's not... I mean, there's not really a fun zombie verse to be in. But this one might be one of the worst. Zelda. What's up, Gary? Just ones I don't know about. Incredibly dangerous. Well, let's just take the two like big top dog ones: Ocarina of Time and the Breath of the Wild. Let's say those two. When we can be served, because it does have. There's a lot of apocalypses, yeah, but they do get stopped. Does the apocalypse ever really happen? Because I don't know. It does? Okay. Because if Link can stop it, then you're fine. Usually before the game. Great. Well, you are going in there during the events of the game, so you've missed the apocalypse. So you are technically going afterwards. Yeah, but that sounds fun as hell, PT. If time is reset after the 3 days and you're stuck in a time loop, but you know that, that's fucking awesome. Because you know he's eventually going to solve the issue. That does sound kind of fun. You get to do whatever the hell you want. Because it's like being stuck in Groundhog Day, but you know that there's an end. And it's not that long. Happens during the game? Oh, that's bad. The Lord of the Rings. Also, I'd speed up the kid's progress. He'd piss me off if he was shit. Again, this is dependent where you are. If you're up in the Bree, it's not so bad. If you're down in Gondor, shit sucks. If you're in Rohan, shit sucks. In the Shire, amazing. Amazing. Well, it's the movie's on the screen. We've got to go in the movie. Bree is pretty bad. Why? Nothing happens to Bree in the movie. Canonically, it's fine. If you're a human in the Shire, it'd be awesome. The Shire doesn't get attacked in the movies. We're doing movies. The movies came first. That's true. Lord of the Rings it could be worse because it does. It's not a good time. Does the deleted scene count? Sure, but there's no deleted scene of the Shire being attacked. Doesn't it extend the universe? No. No, Saruman's dead at the beginning of Return of the King. Who's going to attack the Shire? There's a vision of it, yeah. There's no human in Shire, so we want shitty areas. Well, no, that's technically not the rule. The problem with Lord of the Rings, there's no central point. So it'd kind of be a roll of the dice. You know? It'd be a roll of the dice. You're going in there and we roll the dice to see if where you end up. It isn't yet. At least have an education to WoW elves. That's true. That is true. You could go and show off to elves. Jesus, Wasteland. Is there a north? Yeah. If you're down in Minas Tirith, or if you're in Rohan, it sucks. Although if you're... Here's the thing, actually. It's not too bad. You spawn in Minas Tirith at the start of the movies. You just do whatever you can to go north. I'm not going to put Mordor on the list, though. I feel like that's the most... Because that's kind of like spawning into Freddy Krueger's basement. You know? You'd have to be in one of the livable locations. You like wake up and wander there. Although, yeah, I agree. I don't really have a skill set. The best skill set I could have is telling them stories. I think it's not a good time. The Purge. I think it's closer to Incredible. This is more Incredibly Dangerous. I know, because I said that they're coming after you as well. I did say that there's an element of they will come after, like for the Halloween stuff. They're actually after you. You're going in with whatever money you got now. It probably would be hell, right? If that, not in the movies. Bree never comes into any threat in the movies, except for when the Ringers came in and they fuck up the tavern once. Yeah, I don't want a bunch of people. How much time to prepare? Purges tonight. Can I be one of the purgers? Put that guy on a list. The Thing is hell. The Walking Dead is pretty hell. Yeah, that's hell. That sucks. Dangerous? It's pretty hell. Thing's maybe the most hell. Well, Doom's the most hell, but the thing's pretty up there. You can't really beat Doom for helliest. I don't know. I think Walking Dead, people copium. I think people... Yeah. I think... Yeah, you're constantly having to try and find basic food and supplies. We're saying this is during, like, the kickoff. Watching everyone you know die. Killing these zombies isn't that easy. Everything is just... It sucks. I think people cope when it comes to zombies. They're always like... Like, there's a lot of, like... It's a very, like, common thing for people to be like, I wish I was in a zombie world. I'd be so sick. And you're like, no, it's awful. Yeah, if you die, you turn... any apocalyptic setting is pretty much going to be hell, yeah. Yeah, that just sucks. There's no... And you're in Georgia, yeah. Your best bet, and even then, even with prior knowledge, you spawn into The Walking Dead, is to try and find that city. Right? What's it called? The Commonwealth. That is your best bet to get to the Commonwealth. And even then, you have to get there. Right? Even then, you have to get there. And it's still worse than you know. Yeah, it's kind of shitty. Transformers. Also, I'm going to put Undertale, but I don't really actually know enough about Undertale. Transformers is pretty bad. Don't they always come down to kind of destroy everything? But the most... Here's a question, because I'm not a big Transformers guy. Do the Decepticons, are they only mostly after Optimus Prime and his crew, or are they there to conquer Earth? Energy on Earth. Okay. So they are trying to... Because I was wondering, like... They're for that energy, okay. Okay. So, not a good time, or wouldn't be the worst. Okay, sure. And then finally, Wally. Now, you remember where the Wally humans are, chat. This is probably where you would go. Wally is hell? I mean... Are we fat? Well, are you fat now? You're going in as you are right now. You could rule as God. You could rule as God up there right now. You know, you appear up there and you're the only person who's not, like, morbidly obese, and you could be a god. God amongst blobs, yeah. For a time. And then you would slowly consume their food. Consume. And then you're looking yourself in the mirror and you're like, what have I done? What have I done? That's true. You'd be the only one who isn't ignorant. That's true. It is akin to idiocracy. It's pretty bad. It is bad. I'm putting not a good time. Because it's not really dangerous or hell, but you wouldn't have fun. You would... Sadness is your overwhelming fault there. It's dangerous for your organs, yeah. Technically you might survive. You might actually survive longer in Star Wars and Game of Thrones and stuff than you do Wally. You know what? That's a good point. You are more likely to die there. I'd say fun. You want to just get gluttonous and eat all day to a point where you're just surrounded by people who are super ignorant and like the equivalent to like Trump fans. You'd like to be surrounded by just Trump people all day and just eat all the time? Well, I've got news for you, dude. Move to Texas. You could do that. Want VR all the time? Yeah, I think so. There could be cool games. What are video games if you're surrounded by pricks, you know? Streaming. That's the answer to that one. No hunger and no work. I mean, that's true. But it is the worst state of humanity just to look around and see everyone just become gluttons. Do they evolve to survive like that? Is that canon? Isn't that really world peace? If the Nazis killed everyone and took over and they were the only civilization around, would you call that world peace because everyone has the one same mindset? I don't think world peace is necessarily one ignorant mindset set purpose to just kill yourself via eating. That's not... Yeah, that's more like world tyranny. I think it's really depressing. Yeah, just AI slop down the throat. Then incredible healthcare that people living over 200 years. That's good at least. Perspective, I suppose. Ignorance is bliss. Okay. You know who says ignorance is bliss? Stupid people. Ignorant people. Would you want to live to 200? Yeah. 100%. As actually Eva, Matthias, she ain't gonna bang you, dude. She's into Wally. Yeah, I'd love to live to 200. I'd love to live to 500. Wally will handle it. That's true, actually. I mean, I might miss... Yeah, you know what? I'll move it down to not a good time, because it would be sad, but there are worse worlds. Yeah, wouldn't you not want to live to like 500? Yeah, not like an old Mr. House, but if you could maintain it so your cells aren't just dying off and you maintain the kind of age you are now. That'd be great. I want to reach 50? Really? I mean, I wouldn't want to work till 400, you know. The current world, absolutely not. Dude, give me any world. I would love to reach 500. Depressing news, everybody I like. You get over it. You get over it. When you hit 30, you'll change that mindset. I'll change my mindset when I hit 30, or the people in chat saying they would die at 50. No one's made 50 yet. I agree. Yeah, when you realize that 50 is around the corner. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I'm 36. Oh. I might be if I... Yeah, I wouldn't want everyone to do it, Crab. I agree there. I'd get bored. But if I could live through, 5 centuries, that'd be wonderful. It'd be a fun time. In fact, I've always thought that about Wolverine's power. Everyone's always like, immortality is a curse. I'm like, well, is it? Eventually he dies. He just lives for a very, very long time. No, I wouldn't want to live past the end of the world, though. But I'd love to. I wouldn't mind. I mean, if I'd been living now since like, let's say since ancient Greeks, to now, Sparta till now, I'd have been happy. I think you'd have a different perspective on relationships. Immortality is a curse from the same people as money doesn't buy happiness. Yeah, money buys happiness. Yeah. Yeah. The people that write money doesn't buy happiness, rich people, for sure. Looking crazy to me because bro got regen and hot. Like, bro got everything. immortality to the extent of like literally immortality. But if you could have a little, like, if you knew that you would die eventually, it's not bad. So bored in the end? Yeah, maybe. But what's more boring than death? Was there anything that killed him was the adamantium? I don't remember why he dies in Old Man Logan. He'd probably eventually die. Once the engines were invented. I think I'd have got that fire. Someone asked where would Matrix be in this world? The Matrix would be great. Do you know why? I'd go and make friends with the agents, you know. If they woke me up, though, I'd be pissed. If they woke me up, I'd be like, guys, what the fuck is this? Yeah, it'd be Cypher. The guy who collaborated to literature ignorance is bliss. Yeah, but the ignorance and bliss in the Matrix is very much they're just like. Here's my question, and I might be misremembering these movies. Is the most oppressive thing that the robots is doing is just using humans as batteries? Is that it? Is there any other thing? I'm alright with that. I'm alright. Look, you live a pretty cool life inside, potentially. But the outside sucks ass. Zion sucks ass. And trying to wipe out the humans who got out? Yeah, but only because they're a threat to them. You know what I mean? I don't know. I feel like I would hate to live in Zion, so I'd have been like, look, I don't really agree with what you guys are doing in here, but I get it. You robots have got to live. And this steak, I know it's not real, but it tastes real. Zion's no threat to the machines. Well, they view it as that way, though, right? But the thing is, you know, I wouldn't want to live in Zion. They were recycling humans to feed the others in the pod, but you get to live out your life. Inside is defunct of free will? Well, not really. You're led to believe that. You have free will if you're in knowledge. Self? Yes, but you're going in with prior knowledge, knowing that nothing's, you know. You go in knowing that, you know, you're going to show the whole list? Sure. Let me zoom out a little bit and then ignore the top line, because the top line... Can I just delete this line? Delete. There you go. I would just go and speak to them, you know? Yeah, I would argue that it could be paradise inside the Matrix. I'd go and speak to the Smiths. Say a lot of shit that gets you and say, look, I know everything, but I'm on your... I don't want to live in Zion. It's shit, guys. Any chance I could just chill down here? You need any, like, feedback from a human that you can talk to legitimately? Great. I'd probably knock on Neo. I'd probably tell him about Neo. Like, I'll spy a little bit for you guys. You know? I mean, the reality is I'd probably be killed off by Morpheus and the team or another team. Do you know what I mean? That's probably what would happen. Because they'd probably... The Smiths would probably say to you, we're not working with you unless you go and do something for us. We'll make you extremely rich and have fun inside here, but we need you to go and do this for us. In fact, what was Cypher's plan after he did it? They were going to put him back in. So was he going to fly back to the machine world and then pop in and plug back in? Because where was he going to park the ship? Was he just going to park the ship down there? But then eventually that would run out of battery. They're going to raise his memory. But wouldn't he have had to fly the ship back to them? So he'd have to just fly over to the... Machines are on their way. Oh, they're going to pick him up. Amount of human, yeah. Yeah, they probably were going to betray him, for sure. But why didn't you call the Eagles? Imagine one of the agents using your body to stop Neo. Yeah, more likely. That's all right, though. That's a good way. Mate, maybe you're trapped inside Agent Smith, and I wouldn't mind that. Free world's only exercised at the cost of everyone dying. Yeah, that's fine. But well, their argument was that free is... You have free will in the Matrix to an extent. But they're saying that being truly free is to break free of the bonds that are set before you, that your entire life is not free. Even if you can make a decision to pick up a can of Coke, the fact that you want the can of Coke in the first place is the thing that's keeping you locked in place. But I'm okay with that, because I'd be like, yo, okay, I find that pretty freeing. Yeah, the worst face of Hugo Weaving is a good sentence. If we're actively involved in Muggles, that means we're on the Death Eater's radar, which is never good. And well, I'd say actively involved in the sense that you are in Hogwarts. I think you can talk your way out of Harry Potter. I don't think anyone's that intelligent there. I think you could make some friends with them. Be like, look, I have no interest here. I get it. Look, I'm born weaker. We should be serving you guys. And you just blow smoke up their ass. They love... Harry Potter is a simple world. They love that shit. Just blow smoke up their ass. I'm just a goddamn squib. You run this place, anyone runs this place, I'll just follow orders here, sir. And eventually, I'd brown-nose the Ollivander, become a really good friend of his, and then I'd get my own wand. That I won't be able to use very well. Do you think Detroit Become Human is a better world than iRobot world? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's more impression-based, but... No. iRobot has way more... I mean, when the events kick off, it's pretty bad, but... They got pretty high tech. But for some reason, people are still working in that world, right? Harry Potter has homeschools? That's a good question. Everything Zelda belongs to wouldn't be the worst. Well, Apocalypse is happening all the time. Is what the argument was there. So... You can stay safe, fairly safe. You know the monsters don't really attack the towns. World of Cyberpunk. It's safer. The Matrix is safer than Cyberpunk, but Cyberpunk is a... I mean, Cyberpunk sucks. Being in Night City kind of sucks. What's up, Summer? That's a pretty shitty existence, you know? We haven't watched the trailers here yet. I already did this. I put this off for an hour. Who's a basic out? Yeah, but it's the real world. It's not that dangerous. For most people, it's really not that dangerous. Cyberpunk is worse. The fact you're involved, yeah, you've woken up is the big thing there. I suppose you could just go and hang out in Zion. It's a bit sad, though. For Jinx, what do you mean? Much more than the real world, though. Yes, it does. There's so many gangs. There's so many issues with people getting obsessed with cyber stuff. You can't leave the city because it's a shithole outside. I mean, you can. It's really bad. It is filled with, like, corruption down to the T, with corporations ruling over to such an extent, and then, you know, it's pretty bad. I'm good, thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna play. We'll show Taint. We'll show Taint. You describe my city. That's also true, Trademark. That's a good point about Zelda as well. You do have the prior knowledge of breaking a pot can get you really rich. And most people don't punish you for it, right? But that's a really good point. They don't have a law around smashing the pots. You just get there before the kid does. And they respawn. Wait, actually, do you know what? That's a great point. It wouldn't be the worst. If you can get there and you get that, you become obscenely rich. I wouldn't buy pots. Yeah. Or I would get into pottery. Because everyone's going to come to you and make you rich. Ruby, no, I haven't. Yeah, you buy them. There's abusing Zelda's world can make that place a great place. That kind of sounds, it's pushing me. You know what? That actually sounds fun. I'll deal with the apocalypse. Fuck it. I like the pot business now. I'd give my life to pots. You're right. It's moved up so far. That pot thing's really, it's encouraged me. In fact, I'm wishing that was the real world right now, which means it's better than the real world. You'd be a casualty? Would you, though? Do they ever invade the towns? Yeah, cut the grass. It's fantastic. You know what? Zelda moved up to one of the top worlds. I still think the Looney Tunes might be the best one, though. Because it genuinely relies on you learning the ropes of the rule of fun means you are a god. What does that do with that money? You can go around buying good foods, fun stuff, betting, gambling, you know. Buy some security. I'd pay off Ganondorf. I'd send him lots of money. Why is DC so low? I've been convinced that it's very centralized around the cities, the problems. He sells his pots now too. Yeah, I saw that. He's a pothead. Damn, bro, at that point you're the villain. Hey, you live long enough. It does have the occasional dark side, but he always gets stopped before he can really destroy everything. Does he ever really attack a local English town? Do you know what I mean? If I move back out to here, I'm fine. It might end. I'd be shitting myself a lot, though. Yeah, you really want to go to an awkward place in Europe as well. Like France and England do find themselves... You never hear about Stockholm getting attacked. You know? That was Thanos. Yeah, Thanos, yeah. Yeah, I wish they'd put that in the movies. Talking of which, good segue moment. All right, that was fun. Chat, this was all come from the spurring of me. I'm going to make a tier list of the best world to be a vampire in. As in, take all the vampire fictions and we discuss if you turn into a vampire there, which one would be the best. And that'll be a fun one to do. But so get me, if you can think of any, we'll write a list of them. And then I'll try and get a whole list of them. That sounds fun. They're just trying to live normal lives, and this stuff actually happens if you actually use power. I think the Looney Tunes one as well is like it's a non-negotiably great place because we have Michael Jordan in Space Jam as our example of what happens. You know what I mean? True Blood isn't too bad. That's true. True Blood's pretty good. Yeah. What about Who Framed Roger Rabbit? Yeah. The Darren Shambrooks as a vampire would suck ass. Barovia? Yeah, I guess so, but there are adventurers. V Rising, bad. World of Darkness, middling. Transylvania, Hotel Transylvania, pretty good. Blade Universe, mostly okay, but kind of terrifying. Underworld, pretty bad. Yeah, we'll get a whole list of them. I Am Legend, yeah, they're kind of vampiric, yeah, bad. Castlevania, there's a lot of hunters. I don't know what the Dark World is. Yeah, Dust Till Dawn's not bad. Yeah, Sinners, don't be racist yet. What did you do in the shadows? What? The Strain is the worst one. We've said this before. The Strain is the worst one to be in. Because you're not hot. You become the ugliest motherfucker. You're filled with tapeworms. You follow a master. You're easy to be killed. Like, it just sucks. All right, let's look at some trailers. Vampire's not bad. English vampires being morons and the handless servitor. I haven't seen it. How would you rate the BD3 world? As in the D&D world and being a vampire? Pretty fucking good. If you're a fully fledged vampire, not vampire spawn. I mean, you have a master, but if they're pretty cool. It's decent. It's decent. Because they are bloody powerful. But we'll save it for the list. You're right. We'll save it for the list. But yeah, if you're a fully fledged vampire in the D&D world, you're living pretty. You're living pretty. Yeah, there's some issues with you know, socializing. You know, I mean, you'd have to lean towards evil. Oh, what we do in shadows? Yeah. Mm-hmm. But all right, spoilers from season 3, I imagine, chat and Invincible in general. So we'll just flick this on. How much of the comics are left, chat? Are we going to have one more season, 2 more seasons? Oh, I think it's been renewed to season 5, so at least 2 more seasons. I kind of feel like it should finish at season 5. It's becoming stale to me. There's a lot of the comics left. Oh no. Oh, the voice acting cast is over the top in this show. It doesn't need to go that hard. Yeah, I was thinking that about his arms. I don't remember getting mechanical limbs. It's this is a fun idea for a trailer. Is that weird? Yeah. I remember the old one was Alan. I didn't think I saw the Seesaw one. Yeah, I don't know. I'll be honest, I just finished season 3. The depth of the show is gone. It's fun to watch, and it's a silly, fun show, but it is Dragon Ball Z now. And I looked up a little stuff up what's upcoming, and I was like, oh, where's the show gonna go? And the rest of the show feels like it is very much just gonna be Dragon Ball Z. It's very much super powerful creature, more powerful than the last one, comes from distant galaxy. Oh, must fight. Can he overcome him? He does. Oh my god, here comes another. It's like the Flash. There's always someone faster. In fact, the Flash is the perfect example. It has become the Flash. I'm too slow. I must go faster. I beat that guy who's really fast. Who's that guy? Oh, he's faster than me? I must go faster. I beat that guy who's fast. Oh, another guy. You know. Yeah, it's lost a lot of the fun nuance, yeah. But it's still good. It's still good. It's just, it is generic now. Where I think season 1 was its strongest. Season 1 came in with a fun take on the similar thing to The Boys did. And it challenged the genre. And now it's kind of gone like, oh, it's just generic superhero show. Which is fun. It just isn't that different. Let's see another generic superhero thing. Let's see. The coolest dude is coming back to Invincible. Who's the coolest dude? Simmons. Oh, because he was barely in this season, yeah. I mean, he did play Santa. All right, I haven't seen this yet, chat. The Doomsday official trailer. I guess it's teaser, though. It looks trash. It's Cap, right? Stephen himself. Stephen Lestrange. He's got a child now. Surely why did the Time people never come after him? I can't remember if the TVA ever covered that. That's their teaser. Are they giving it an actual trailer soon? When do we get an actual trailer? I've got such a short end of the stick. To be fair, no one went and watched his last movie. More teasers coming. Thor has one too. Oh, that's a smart way of doing it. So they're just going to release a bunch of these teasers for each character. That's pretty smart. I get that. That's pretty hype. Yeah, and you got to remember this is the directors they brought back who worked best with them. One of the things about Cap's ending I never got is what happens when the real Steve Rogers shows up in Cap's world? Or is it meant to be like a time loop that he never really goes back? He'd have been an old man. So like that did happen in the normal timeline. I guess it happened in the normal timeline, right? There's a paradox. Just avoids him, yeah. Little time loop. Okay. So when he shows up as an old man, everything that's happened in this movie happens. He has to survive. He has to survive. Or they might, I mean, it's Marvel. They genuinely could do this, right? Right? Old man Cap might just be a scroll. And just to make Thingy feel good, he goes and pretends to be old man Cap. So I don't think I will tell you about her actually is just because he didn't know. Maybe they'll do that. This movie might be bad. I've got a feeling this movie's going to be great, only because the Russo brothers are very good, and they've clearly this is Marvel realizing they need to come back. Yank him forward. Oh no, they do, but then he has to go back in time again because he had Old Man. I don't think they're going to set up a new one. We'll see. There's no setup. I think the setup is Endgame. I think at this point, everyone is invested from those things. This is the comeback period. Ignore everything in between. This guy's tent is huge. Thank you. I think this will be good. I just also think it's probably too little too late in terms of revitalizing the genre. Because you're going to realize you have to do movies of this scale to really excite people. This movie will do very well. I think it will break box office records again. I think it will do extremely well. It'll probably be a lot of fun. Listen to Secret Wars and whatnot, blah, blah. All exciting. But then Marvel's going to be in this point where they realize these movies only do exceptional again when you do the massive blockbusters. I don't think this one's at risk. I just think it's what comes afterwards. Yes and no. I think everyone's so tuned out when it comes to superheroes. Not tuned out. This will get billions. I'd fight you for that. It's getting billions. Case in point, people keep saying about Avatar. Avatar 2, they're like, no one even saw that. It literally had billions. These movies still do well. People say they're saturated. They're not. I mean, look at the money in the Thunderbolts. Look at this shit. These movies still get watched. Not nearly as much money as they wanted. 180 million. Still got 382. Like, they spend massive money. This movie's going to get, I think it'll probably get 1.5 billion to 2 billion. Advertising experience, a good one. Endgame was one of the most. It was the most successful film in a cinema, right? And then Avatar re-released. I don't see how it fails. Yeah, I don't see how it fails. I think you've got the Russo brothers, Robert Downey Jr. and Chris Evans, and I think most people are going to go and see it because they're curious and they want to see Marvel come back. What's updating to it? But you're missing the point that Endgame is the setup to this. I don't think you realize just how much the public are invested in those people. Robert Downey Jr.'s career was made by Iron Man, like unbelievably made. He still could walk around and be followed by millions of people screaming Iron Man. These people have such star vehicles. This movie will sell to all of those people who didn't. All the people that didn't see anything since Endgame have been like, "Oh, I've been tuned out. We'll go and watch this." You know, they won't care. No one will care. They'll advertise it as that. They'll say, "Don't worry about it. Just if you haven't been in with us since Endgame, come back. This is us now again." That you're gonna see. It is. Everyone's gonna be curious. I guarantee this will break. I don't think this will flop. This is gonna get 2 billion. It's gonna get 2 billion. Talking about me, yeah, probably, yeah. It's too. You have to bear in mind this is the Russo brothers project. I don't see this one failing. What this will do is it will leave this taste afterwards where Disney has to realize that Marvel is saturated on a standard level, not earning nearly as much money as they hoped at a standard level, and that they have to do big projects like this to earn as much money as they want. How much did Fantastic Four do? Because they're not flops. They don't flop. Yeah, I mean, 229 million as its budget, 521. So it's not as much money as they wanted. Right? You compare this to what's Spider-Man. What's that Spider-Man? Far From Home or whatever? No Way Home. No Way Home was 200 million, 1.9 billion. So dropped off a big way, but I just don't see this one getting that kind of, like, I think they knew. I think it was a weird decision for them to go Thunderbolts and all the other ones because there's not as much star vehicle. Yeah. Enjoy the film. Don't worry about the rest. Yeah, I think it's going to be one of those things where the reboot. Yeah, Spider-Man's coming back. They've realized, but Disney's just put at this point where they've realized they thought they came away from Endgame untouchable. And they've tried so many things, and some of them have worked. Some of them have worked, but they've tried the kind of like split options to try and, like, they've tried to build the new Avengers. They tried to build the new Captain America. They've tried all these things, and they've realized people stopped caring since Endgame. Yeah, they have a CGI standard. They've got a film standard. This is it's. I'm not concerned that this movie will be bad, or at least it won't be like epic. This movie's gonna be epic. It's gonna do very well for them. I'm more curious to see what happens afterwards in box office. Oh yeah, 32 billion in box office after 7 billion there. Yeah, as you're saying, literally, you can search for that. 2 secs. What's up? I am streaming. Sorry, my mum calls my phone and she's like, "Are you streaming?" Every time I'm like, "Yeah." Hold on. She literally called me up because she said to me, "We're staying at my parents' house in a couple of days for like Boxing Day." And Mum was like, "What would you like on breakfast the next morning?" I was like, "We'll just eat cereal." And she's like, "What type of cereal?" "Just the chocolate one." "Which one? Which brand?" "I don't know. Just get frosted. Just get Shreddies." "Okay." "Oh, could you also pick up just some almond milk?" "Doesn't really matter which one." "Okay." "What almond milk? There's loads of different brands. I don't know which one to buy." I'm like, "Just any." "Any's fine." Freaking out about almond milk. I'm just like, "Dude, don't worry." It felt like they didn't try. They were just showing characters. I think the time between Endgame Avengers is the same as the time between Endgame and Doomsday. That's interesting. Joe's work at making food decisions? I just don't think too deeply. Take the cheapest one? Well. Budget worldwide, yeah. So you're saying what are you am I just looking at this for its yeah, that's successful. That's successful. And the reality is just the Avengers just does well. I think we're gonna see the merch will be billions. It'll be billions. Oh, which made the most? Well, no, Endgame did, because Endgame is the most successful movie in the cinemas. Outside of Avatar, but Avatar cheated. Unless you mean just search literally by. Yeah. Yeah, it's all look, Spider-Man, Avengers, yeah, all of these do well. Well, James Cameron admitted his loss, and then he re-released Avatar in the cinema, so it kind of pushed up the price again. It's just a little cheap. Ms. Marvel flop hardcore. Let's see. Let's see, Ms. Marvel. Be down here at the bottom, right? I've messed up. That's going backwards. The Marvels. That's there. That's the one, right? No, it's still under profit. No, it didn't. That was a flop. With merch and stuff, who's to say? But in terms of just box office gross based on budget, it earned a loss. Yeah, just a loss. This movie, which is pretty bad. So yeah, they need to step up. Yeah, that's pretty tough. In fact, is it the only one? I mean, they spent 375 million on it. That's why. That's crazy. Considering some of the other ones, the budgets are crazy. You know, like 140 million for the first Avenger, but that's years ago. How much was Brave New World? 180 million. Yeah, like I think this movie sucked ass. Right? Captain America: Brave New World sucked ass. It's still got 400 million worldwide with 180 million budget. Like half the budget. Yeah, they spent way too much money on the Marvels, which is weird. Why did they spend so much money on that movie? Who's the villain again? I imagine, I don't know, strange. I guess the marketing was probably crazy. It made the money back. The Marvels didn't. The Marvels lost from box office. I mean, I imagine from home sales and whatnot, it did fine. Like it would have probably just made the money back. But Brave, yeah. The Accuser clone. Oh well, weird. Quantumania. 388,476 gross. So that not the best margin there. It's in the positives, but not the best margin because that movie also cost a fucking bomb. Whereas Ant-Man 130 to 500, very good. And then Endgame 356 million. So bear in mind, they spent more budget on the Marvels than Endgame. Why was the Marvel so expensive? Because I swear the marketing was shit. And 2.7 billion, just insane money. No Way Home was 200 million. I know that Tobey Maguire gets paid. Like his Spider-Man movies were crazy payment. Brie Larson was 100 million. Did she charge that? I wouldn't be surprised, because I know that they didn't get paid very much for this one, but I hold on, let me see. How much did the Spider-Man get paid? I saw this recently on a little TikTok. Yeah, Tobey Maguire. Look at this, but Tobey Maguire apparently was earning he earned 4 million in the first one, 17.5. And then they guessed tens of millions for the third one. And then just $1 million for his cameo in number 4. Oh, in No Way Home. Whereas Andrew Garfield was meant to have earned 500K, 1 million, and then 1 million for there. And then Tom Holland's Whaler. So honestly, it sounds like fucking... How did Tobey Maguire get... Like, they must have put so much faith in Tobey Maguire back then. Just crazy. I suppose the movies were doing very well. But holy shit. Oh, no, he owned only millions. Okay, but it's... Okay. When you're in a perspective-based thing, right? You're the lead of a massive franchise, and you've earned less in your 2 movies and your cameo than someone did in the first movie, which they hoped would do well. You would be a little bitter. Sure, you've earned million. I mean, you still got to pay taxes on that. Everything. That's not a lifetime amount of money. Tobey Maguire earned enough money to survive his life off of just those movies. Especially, even just number 1, you could live off your life off the 4 million, even after tax and stuff, if you invest it well. You can't really do that with Andrew Garfield money. You know, he earned so much less than Tobey Maguire. I mean, even Tom Holland got underpaid a fair bit in comparison. I know he didn't make lifetime money from one job. Rats, are you stupid right now? You must be 12. You're 12 years old. Because what are you on about? Yeah, the 5% as well on top of back-end gross making him a fortune is insane. You can still be underpaid for something which you can compare to. Of course, that's crazy. What are you on about? What are we discussing? If you're comparing, one person made an unbelievable amount of money, which could sort him and his family and everyone he knows out for life beyond belief, right? He still got screwed over in the scale of that. He's earned more money than I ever have, but I don't give a fuck. You're gonna make me feel bad for Giga Rich people just because someone else made more money? That's not Giga Rich. That's a lot of money, but you're not giga rich off of it. It's also not. I'm not sat here going like I feel bad for Andrew Garfield. I feel bad that he got screwed over in comparison. Yeah, if you get the opportunity as an actor to make your big breakthrough, and then they don't pay you the amount for a bigger breakthrough, that kind of sucks. Yeah, rough. Yeah, they got scammed. And it's context. It's context. Is Toby or Tom better as Spider-Man? Toby. I don't know if it's adjusted for inflation, but it's if it's not, it's crazy. He knew he was taking a risk. Andrew Garfield? Because I actually think Andrew Garfield is the least risky person here. Because I think Toby's the risk one. They dropped 4 million on, I mean, not really an unknown. Tobey Maguire wasn't unknown, but 4 million on someone to come in and play Spider-Man during a time where they're like, let's just try new heroes. Everyone loved Spider-Man by the time the Amazing Spider-Man came out. So it had hype already around it. They knew Spider-Man movies could work. Obviously, it was going to be compared to Tobey Maguire, but I feel like 500k is not great. The biggest screw over, though, in any of these films, right? They didn't even make even more money. Rats. What are you saying here? What are you saying here, man? Replacing Spider-Man's a big risk? Yeah, but you're in a Hollywood movie. You're kind of big time. Like, Rats, if I went and made... Rats, if I went and got a deal where I get paid 10 grand, right, to play a game, and then I found out, and I was like, oh my God, insane. But then I found out everyone around me got paid 100 grand. Let's just drop money down. Let's go 5k. I get paid 5k. Everyone else gets paid 50k. I was like, yeah, I got kind of screwed over. Would you be like, fuck, I don't care. You still earn 5 grand. You would not feel bad for me. You're a child. You're a child. You think 5 grand is living? Mate, I live on a fucking normal... Rats, are you subscribed to anyone? You get 5 grand for playing a game. I might just perm-ban you off, actually, because you have to be a child. That's fucking stupid. Rats, I live off of a general, like, I earn about 30k a year, right? 30, anywhere between, and in my first few years of streaming, I earned 5 grand. I think 2 grand in my first year, 30k a year, right? Anywhere between 20 to 35k, goes back up and down. If you get, like, that's considered working class wage, right? Working class wage. If you think that 5 grand to play a game means that therefore you must be a rich person, it means you don't live in the real world. That's very stupid. That is very stupid. If I got paid 5 grand, way above my rate, and everyone around me got paid 50, if they're the same size as me, clearly I've been screwed over. Because clearly there was a budget for that. You could feel bad. It's about... It's not feeling bad for necessarily the person in regards to the money they've earned and compared to yourself. It's feeling bad for the fact that someone behind the scenes has screwed someone over of what is essentially what they've deemed enough money. To say you get paid this money for playing a game is crazy. Would you say, Rats, here's a question. I think if you get paid to play a game for a few hours and you complain about it, you're incredibly privileged. That is crazy to me. Rats, you don't live in the real world. I'm going to say it right now. You don't understand. That is an unbelievable... My dude, I don't get paid that much, right? I've been paid, I think the most I've been paid to play a game was probably 2 grand. It was, I think, a couple of days of sponsors, and it was a big deal at the time, massive thing, and I got through friends, etc. No, under that. It was just under that. I still pay rent. I'm still worried that if my computer broke right now, I'd be worried about my ongoing rent. I still get bills come through that make me sweat. I still live on a rent basis. I still am on a working class wage. We are not innately rich just because you've been paid a lump sum. If a plumber comes around and you have to pay them $1,000 because it's a massive deal, they're not getting that all the time. You don't understand Twitch. Do you think... Okay, here's actually... I'm going to put the one final question. My rate... Considering I do a sponsor every now and then, my rate is... Okay, this is actually a good question. Whoa, Alistair, you don't have to drop subs. Genuinely, I don't want to discuss this if people start dropping subs, because I think this is a very interesting thing that I think some people on Twitch have really stupid takes around streamers and the cost of living. Thank you so much for that, Alistair. I appreciate it. Don't anyone drop subs during this, because I'm not trying to pity farm subs. I'm genuinely trying to educate someone who literally looks at streamers and just thinks, there's nothing that goes behind the scenes. I don't get sponsors often. But let's say my rate, I try to charge per hour. At least a few $100s an hour, right? So if I'm doing a 2-hour stream, I like to get at least 600 to 1,000, depending on what my average viewership, what kind of game it is, yada yada. I will sometimes drop it to $500, right? But per hour, about anywhere between 250 to like 500 per hour is my rate as a kind of a general thing. So say if I get paid. If I turn down a company because they offered me $400 for 2 hours work, or let's say $300. They say, we want to pay $300 for 2 hours work, social media posts, all that kind of stuff. And I said no. Would you find that privileged, rats? I'm curious. I'm really curious. If I said no to 300 for 2 hours, I'm just wondering what your line is there, because that's the same kind of worth in terms of. In fact, he got paid the equivalent of $50 for 2 hours, depending on his size. Yeah, comment the idea of what work goes into this type of stuff. So rats, if I was paid, so my rate is 250 to say, let's say 250 to 400 on average an hour, right? 250, let's say 300 is my standard. If someone offered me 300 for 2 hours instead of 600 for 2 hours, and I said no, would you say that's privileged? No, I know, cool. Okay, it's taking too long to answer. What the hell, man? Don't type a paragraph. Just yes or no, man. What the hell? I don't know this, because I think this is a really interesting subject that happens across Twitch. Right? Yeah, but he's typing a paragraph. I think it's because I think there's a lot of this perspective on Twitch, and it actually hurts the kind of working class streamer, because they have this perspective that because your rate is so high, but the reality is how many sponsors I do this year, right? Like X amount, right? And so I'll give you guys the behind the scenes. You get paid about $1 per hour per viewer, right? It's kind of your standard rate you can kind of push, but you can actually push for more, because people don't really understand that in behind the scenes. Like, my manager is great. He only takes like a percentage based off of my whatever I earn, etc. If he's got the deal. But when he negotiates, they will try and undersell you. But these companies have a lot of money for marketing. Marketing is such a huge thing. Because if you drop down, if I start sponsoring for a game and I played it now, click on it and stuff, they track the links. They go, oh, was it worth paying this person this much? Blah, blah. But then later on, you might go, oh, actually, do you know what? What was that game Joe played 3 months ago? I actually will pick that up. And so there's like a distant sale, right? And that's what happens with it. But these companies have a lot of money for marketing, and they spend a lot of money on it. But they always try and screw you over. Like, there's always this kind of negotiation going on. But it is infrequent. Now, some of the bigger streamers will get frequent stuff, right? But if you saw the amount of behind-the-scenes stuff, like, Nick, yeah, it's not streaming is not innately harder than a 9 to 5. Or I should say this. It's not an easy career, but it's not a difficult career. The difficult thing about streaming is the consistency that you have to like maintain numbers, and it's a focus. It's the grind. It's the kind of constantly, it's a skill set you have to kind of like, well, shit, if I play this game, it destroys my channel, so then I won't get anything for like 2 months. Because these companies, what they like to do, genuinely, this is what happens. Like yesterday's a good example, right? Or the day before, my stream crashed, and then suddenly my viewership was a third. Companies will actively go, well, that Joe Fudge guy got earlier, his average viewers is only about 120. I saw it on this stream here. I think that's a little privilege, all things considered. So rats, because I'm a working class person that gets paid lower than the average wage each month, except for when I get sponsors and stuff occasionally, you think don't become a streamer. Don't go into anything where you don't have a consistent salary then, because you won't understand what the world is. You don't know what privilege is. Mate, I shop at Lidl. I shop at Lidl. That is crazy. Like, do you know why I have that rate? Do you know why my rate is that? Because on 10 years of Twitch, I take 1 day off a week. I've dropped to the lowest lows. My first 5 years, I was under 5K. I think probably the first 3 years, under 5K a year. And working as much as a 9 to 5. And you're in a business where you have to essentially, my personality is my business. Now, yes, it's an elevated one, right? I do the whole crazy, like, you know, I play off, I rant, I go on these like crash outs, which are always played up. It's always an inflated version of yourself, right? But just to get 4 years ago, your numbers were in the toilet. Yeah, exactly. I went down. I remember one stream where I had 12 viewers, and that's not bad for people that perspective wise, right? Going down from like a couple hundred down to 12 viewers playing Hearthstone, and I was like, I've got to quit this. I'm doomed. And then I put so much work into building shows, putting this up. If you saw, like, we've barely got furniture on our house because one, the commitment to buying furniture is scary when you're on our wage. I've literally had my like conversations with Jinx where she would be worried about paying rent because months of the year go really bad on Twitch, and then months of the year go well. It's this consistent thing when you have to keep grinding, even when you're feeling like shit. She had to take a week off because of feeling like shit. Her numbers went drop. Her money drops. You can't have this time off. It is a job like any other, but the difference is that you get your payments in bursts. January is an over month. Yeah, it's a mix. It's weird. It's a strange time. I think so because of after Christmas. Yeah. It's just the self-employed life, right? And it's not any more difficult than a 9 to 5, but it's still a job. So the amount of effort I had to put into building these shows and hoping, right? I know what it's like to have a nap for dinner. I don't know. I know what it's like to fall behind on rent. I know what it's like to lose electricity because I couldn't pay my bills. There have been times where I would have done heinous things for a deal like 205 an hour. You don't understand I mean, rats. If you want to have a poverty off, go and speak to Jinx. Because this is not a poverty off. Go and speak to Jinx. Jinx literally lived off of mushrooms found in the forest that her mum would go and cut chicken of the woods to feed them for an entire year. Don't have a poverty off. Jinx would destroy you on that one. She's been in the lowest lows and pushed her back. Obviously, yeah, don't actually go and that's not an instruction. Clearly, BBP, we're not actually saying that. We're not having a poverty off. That's not the question here. That's not what privilege is, right? The real answer here, and what I'm trying to spin this whole thing around to focus on, don't be mad at people for trying to survive on a livable wage, or requesting to be paid what they're worth for what they provide. Because it'd be the equivalent to saying to like a plumber who's put years of experience in, has a very specific set job. It'd be like calling someone privileged, right? I don't want to do this example because my skill set's nowhere close to this, but it's a different type of skill set. If someone has all of this training to go down and fix, like, you know the oil rigs, and you have to fix the fucking pipe in the bottom, dangerous job, blah blah, and someone said, well, yeah, but they're getting paid this much money. It's about building skill sets. The entire world is fucked because people are constantly trying to not pay you what you're worth, right? Yeah, and it's not every day, exactly as Video Bum says right there. It's this kind of, and it's this perspective that people have around streaming and stuff, where they get confused because you see big bursts of money. Now, yes, there are streamers who are rich, they're in a happy place. I still would care if they're getting exploited because these big companies have those millions to exploit. If a company comes to you and they're offering you under your wage, they know that they have all this extra money and it's going to their pockets. That's the rich. That's the true rich, the people who are offering that money. But the reality is, if you go into this idea that you are privileged, if there's a certain amount of money that you find a lot of money. Okay, here's another good example. If you live in New York and your rent is $5,000 a month, right? If you're paid just enough to, just because you get paid a bigger wage than someone who lives out in, I don't know, the middle of Ohio, right? Your context is everything. Do they have the privilege to move out there? No, they won't have the same job. It is like, yeah, that's exactly that. The villain there is the companies. The villain in this, so to spin it all back around, because I was trying to put a more grounded example of a small amount of money. To spin it all back around, right? Yeah, am I more, like, basically, if I complain about anything, I'm more privileged than someone who doesn't have a home. Sure. If privilege is a spectrum, then, but then where does the point, happen? Privilege as a term should be really referred to as people who have everything, or people who have something very easy and they can afford to do that. I hate turning down deals, right? It sucks, but you have to stick to it, because if you don't stick to it, then you only get paid that and then you won't afford that, right? Spinning it all back around to the main conversation here. I'm not sat here going, Andrew Garfield's going to starve. But this guy got his big break role. Massive job, huge breakout moment. And his predecessor got paid like fortunes in comparison. This should have been his moment to break away from the chain. Do you know what I mean? And it sucks. He got 8 times as much, and then on the next one, he got beyond 8 times as much. I couldn't even do the math. He probably put all that work in. I don't know Andrew Garfield's situation. He might have been a Nepo baby. He might have been put into that position where he builds that up, blah, blah. But all I know is in this particular deal, he got screwed more than the predecessor. And that kind of does suck, because you know that the person screwing him, that's the ultra rich. When we talk about eat the rich, that's who you're talking about. Not Andrew Garfield in that regard. Not the person that got paid a couple million. The person who has billions. The person who's probably on their yacht making that decision. Being like, well, no, negotiate him down. I bet you can make that desperate guy do it for 500K. He knows this is his biggest break he's ever got in his life. But I bet we can break it down. If he brings up Tobey Maguire, say, you're not Tobey Maguire. And you know what I mean? Like, that's the ultra rich up there. The ones who are distributing that wealth. Eat those guys. We don't feel bad for the guy sat in a yacht with 33 billion who might have, lost a deal that is 2 billion, but he actually has 20 billion. Do you know what I mean? This is just about an actor that kind of could have broken out of the chain. He could have had enough money to be secure for life, and he got screwed up by a company. And it's an interesting thought, right? Because it's an interesting thought into how negotiations happen in Hollywood. Negotiations in Hollywood are clearly a pretty aggressive thing. They would have told him, you are not worth the 4 million. Now, it's a crazy sum of money. I would live my life of luxury if I had 4 million. I'd be happy, I'd be set, I'd be helping out all my family and myself, blah, blah. But in this regard, he got 500 grand for something which was probably worth 8 times more. And that's the interesting perspective there. The whole boohoo element, it just deflates any conversational topic, because you're always just going to go, if anyone is doing better than me, then they're a villain. Which is the entire, that's not the point of Eat the Rich. Eat the Rich is, there's a certain level of wealth that if all of these people on the top percentile were to distribute their wealth, then we wouldn't have the bottom percentile of poor people. We wouldn't have this worry with wage gap. We wouldn't have this massive issue of working class until you're literally on your bare bones in your 70s having to retire late. If genuinely the 1% who don't feel money gave more. Now, some actors are up in that 1% for sure, or close to at least. They're in the kind of next stage down. But I don't think that's the 2 million. If this was a case of, oh, they got paid 200 million and this person only got 50 million, then I get your point. But this is not a phenomenal amount of money to a point where you're set for life and you never have to worry again. This is still someone that's probably got screwed by the man to an extent. Unless I'm talking shit, but that is kind of the case. I live in a place where the average person can work on a mine site for 120k per year, and they've come through with only on-the-job training, meeting people with don't enough to buy a house. Yeah, it's relative as well, right, to the place you're in. Exactly. I live in a very small town in Maine, and the rent is $1,000 a month. I still refuse to bring in proper jobs and just shits out a new bar every once in a while that shuts down 2 years later. I still make as much as Joe washing dishes. How's the privilege? Yeah, it's all over the place, dude. If some of my friends who charge a lot more, right? Say $1 per hour. Say a friend gets 2,000 viewers and they're paid $2,000 an hour. I'd still feel bad for them if they were only paid $500 for a job, which is like clearly devalues their worth. Sure, it's a good amount of money. I would accept that money, but I don't have their viewership, right? If someone said to me, "Oh yeah, I actually turned down a deal because they were only offering $800 for 2 hours, and I usually would do $2,000 for 2 hours," I would do the $800 for 2 hours. But that's because I've got a much smaller channel, because I've got a much smaller scope, because $800 goes a long way for me. But for them, they've built up that channel. They've built up that worth. They've grinded. I know a lot of streamers who have grinded. It's a spectrum, yeah. And it's really just down to privilege has to come with the aspect of why, if you're saying no to something, is it because, like, you know what I mean? Like if I say no to it because someone undervalues me, it's because if I start taking those deals, I'm basically opening up companies to exploiting the fact that I'm worth more in the scale of marketing, but I'm allowing them to screw me over just because I'm just trying to survive. And I wouldn't survive eventually because I would get paid less and less and less. And then you realize that you actually screwed yourself over so much that you're not worth it. If I started saying to everyone, you know, it's the same way with subs. If I started, like, I have to push for subs. I have to try and maintain a certain amount. I have to maintain a certain amount of subs, you know. And if I drop below, if I was like, oh yeah, we had a great month, I don't care. You lower your brand, you lower your value, and then eventually I'm gonna get to a point where I'm back down to again. And I was at 200 average viewers and dropped down to 12. Rebuilt my channel on D&D, so I know what it's like to drop and lose everything at the same time by not being kind of like focusing on what works. And then I would have to quit. So it's all perspective, man. It's you have to break that mindset. It's a shitty mindset to have, man, because you're basically just saying that anyone who's doing better than you is doing well. And that's a bad mindset to have in life. Because you're basically just eating the rich is not eating the person that is. It's super black and white. Yeah. Does Patreon help with the lack of consistency or not really? Patreon only brings me a few hundred a month. It's a nice sum by the end, you know, but it's like a bonus on top. But basically accumulating all my stuff together, I'm earning the average salary of the area, you know? And there's such a difference between a millionaire and a billionaire. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, it's a buffer. Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm not in a. There's a point in Twitch, and I'm confident I wouldn't be doing this career if I wasn't. I guess my point is saying that you're at the point. If you're at the point of saying no to paying work to respect yourself, then you're already pretty privileged. No, but you're missing the understanding. Okay. Someone comes to you, Rats. Are you saying if someone said, here's a question. You work in a bunch of companies, right? Let's bring it down to the lower end because I think it's the zeros that are scary. Let's bring it down to the lower end. Someone has been working retail, right? Let's say the minimum wage at this point is $10, right? And they've been going all through these different places. And this person says they've been getting paid minimum wage, and they burst up and they go from a job, and at this job they get paid $15. Right? $15. And then they go to the next place, and they've worked. They've managed to get into the management. They're in the management of the back ends of Target. $15, you know, an hour equivalent. And then they go to another company, or the company says to them, "Hey, we're gonna stop paying you less. We're gonna drop you down to $12 an hour." They've been paying by $15 for the last year on that company. Do you think they're privileged because they said no before moving, like trying to find another job? Do you know what I mean? Like, do you think they're privileged because technically they're being offered a money, $12 they could probably survive on? This company wants to drop it down. Who's the villain there? It's not the person who's denying money, because they're not they're being paid less than they're worth, less than they've grinded for, the less than they should be paid. It's the company for screwing them. Do you know what I mean? Like, your perspective is, I think people are pissed off. I find it annoying because it's so black and white to the point where I think it demeans everyone else's effort for trying to survive in a capitalist world, right? It's villainizing your own side. You know what I mean? The working people. It's something I get really frustrated with the left in general, as I'm very, very liberal in that regard, right? Where we eat one another. It's what they want. It's what everyone at the top wants. They want you to fight. They don't want you to share how much you're earning a year. They don't want you to tell people your salary, because they will pay people different wages. They want you to you know, have these inner arguments. They want this kind of discussion to happen, and it's a frustrating thing. You know, and you're like, no, it's all about finding your worth. I sit in a position that that I'm very much of a side where if I get offered, say, $300 for 2 hours work, I hate turning that, because I do sit there and I go, my heating bill was over 300. I think it was about 320 this month, like higher than it's been since we moved in, because we had to put the radiators on. I sit there and I go, oh fuck me, that's a harsh bill. A company comes to me with 300. I'm like, oh god, that actually pays for most of that. But I know that if I do that, the next company might do 300. The next company might do 300. The next company. Then they don't come in often, and they're offering way less than I know I'm worth, and I'm accepting less. And then they go 250. And I think, well, I did 300 last time. I'll do 250 this time. Well, I need the money though. I do like them. You know, it's nice to have a little bit of income. And then you get paid less and less. And then eventually you can't afford that bill, because you've just been accepting a lesser worth than you should be. And this company hasn't lost money. They've profited. And they've profited because not only have they devalued you, their sales have gone up at the same time. And that's the wage gap, man. That's the whole purpose of it. And honestly, streaming is just one perspective of a very black and white, easy way to go. You get offered money, because I'm self-employed. Same with any self-employed company, where you set that value. And there is a standard. But genuinely, the best example is if a company was offering you 30K and they drop your salary. You should never have your salary dropped in a company that can afford not to do it. And it's not privileged to not want that to happen. It sucks, because you might be like, I don't want to lose this job, but if I get paid 25K, what if I start going down to 22K? Then I go down to 20K, and I'm at 18K, and now I am shutting off things that I want, my luxuries. It's don't have the perspective that turning down a D value is privilege. I mean, you can if you like. You can do whatever you like. Have the perspective that these companies can afford to do that. They can afford to pay you that money, because others have. And that they're the problem. Yeah, he's looking at an individual basis, where it's, you know, I think an individual has absolute agency over the decision within a given moment. This is a systematic issue. It's like oil companies putting on the onus of climate change and you recycling plastic bottle instead of sucking after. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you are right. I think this is a perspective. Look, I feel bad because I don't want to have a go at you, because you're clearly in a situation where you're struggling like that. You have that issue is prevalent for you, right? And we will play games in a second, by the way, chat. You are right. Right, you're probably going through a bad situation, or you've been in bad situations. You know the value of money. I get that. I totally get that. Right. I think, you know, if everyone has experienced a loss once in terms of your income or anything, you know, and you've struggled on paying a bill, I think it's good for building your character. It's good for building perspective, for sure. I think if someone hasn't struggled at all in their life, they will have an element of privilege, and that's against them. But you have to bear in mind that it's all contextual, and you can't just base it on your own situation. Yes, you accepting that money might help you in that situation right now, but you might have lower rent bills. You might have lower bills in this area. You might have not put in that grind. You know, there's context. There's just context everywhere. And it really is genuine. Like, so when we spin it all round, I'm not sat here going, man, I wouldn't have accepted what Andrew Garfield took. Are you kidding me? 500 grand's crazy. You know, it's crazy amounts of money. If I was paid 500 grand, I'm very frugal with my money. I take a long time before I spend money. I'd like to put it away and hold on and you know, hope for the best. Yeah, thanks to Sony for music for Uptown Funk. I like doing that kind of bit, but they're paid well. The point isn't necessarily that I wouldn't accept it. The point is, this dude had a chance to get a ludicrous amount of money, or enough money that he's probably set for life, and he probably got screwed by people that at $1 billion yachts. Yeah, yeah. Don't get me wrong. There's a point. There's the ultra rich on Twitch as well, you know, and I do think the context does. There's a certain amount of money where it does break off the context, right? I mean, Apex paid someone like $1 million for a stream one time. That was a few years ago when it first came out. There are people on Twitch who get to obscene amounts of money. You know, they shouldn't still accept less than they're worth, but I'd still go, oh, fuck, that company screwed him over, considering his worth is much higher. So if someone like on the top end was paid like, I don't know, let's say Kai Cenat got offered 500 grand and his rate is 800 grand, I wouldn't feel bad. I wouldn't say being like, oh man, what's he gonna do? But I might go, oh shit, that company screwed him over. You know, that's the kind of this. It's not you're viewing it too much as a I'm sat here, you know, playing a violin for them. It's more so that I just know that someone beyond there probably is getting richer, knowing that they're doing that. But there is a certain level of wealth where that does drop off, you know. Your barrier for that wealth is much, much lower. No, he probably did sign on. But my point being is that the person predecessor before him, years before, got paid 8 times the amount. I'm imagining he could have got paid a lot more. And I think my barrier is when you get paid enough money to not worry about bills and life. When you can put money into a bank and live off the interest, that's the point of safe privilege. When you're no longer in the kind of wage world, then wage world, that's where I'm like, I get it. And I don't think that money is that necessary for an actor, because actors get jobs every now and then. I mean, more than most actors get, but I still think, you know, he probably should have got paid the $4 million. Then, because Tobey Maguire didn't do shit for years, right? That's the goal for a lot of actors who just want to get off the wage ladder. That's really the goal in life, right? Is you hit that. I mean, a lot of people do it for the love, right? But Daniel Radcliffe's a great example of this. He earned fuck you money, right? Daniel Radcliffe earned a ridiculous amount of money. He does whatever goddamn project he wants now. Robert Pattinson's the same. They just do the projects that clearly are passionate about. And that seems like the ultimate actor dream. I don't think Andrew Garfield got paid enough to do that with this one. Maybe he did. Maybe he got another royalty deal we don't know about. But based off just this stat below, I imagine he still had to take some jobs that weren't huge. And also to that credit, you do see these millionaire actors. You are right. You are right, Swippen. And there's some good examples of ones that got paid a ludicrous amount of money and then also gave back or fought for those who weren't getting paid the fair. That's also true. That's another aspect for sure. Yeah, it's the interesting thing here is he could have got away from the wage ladder and he didn't. That was all the point was. But sorry just to rag on you, man. I just think it was kind of a I think it's a topic that I'm passionate about. Clearly, I think a lot of people are passionate about. So sorry if you felt ragged on, but I think it's because it was very blanket statements. We always dive on blanket statements, right? When people say something black and white statement here, and I might disagree with you wholly. It doesn't really matter. But you know, I do think it's a silly opinion. I can see why you might have it, but I'm you know, you might find my opinion silly. So who cares? That movie does go hard, Joth. Yeah, that's true. It does go hard. And you're base. I mean, there'll be a lot of people who agree with me because they probably live this similar lifestyle of like, you know, probably earn about the same amount of money as me. Trust me, I'll tell you what I do right now. If I got fuck you money, chat, outside of all the, you know, the usuals of, you know, making sure everyone around me is fine. Twitch would become a hobby. I'd still do it, but I'd be running shows and having fun with those, making sure all the money funnels back into them. If I had fuck you money, if I won the lottery, I'd be, you know, all of that. I'd still be doing this stuff, but I'd have more fun with it. I wouldn't be taking sponsors. I wouldn't do this. I wouldn't run ads, all that kind of stuff. You know, I hate running ads. I have to do it. Have you rejected any sponsors on principle rather than due to rates? No, just because I've never had a sponsor that has questioned my morals. I've been messaged by, I think it was rather Kick or Mix or something like that. I didn't look at the email. I got sent one from years ago, but that's always the kind of stuff. Or at least if you have interest, like, what's your rate? What would you say? But I've never been offered by a company that's immoral to that extent. The closest you could go is, actually I won't say, but nothing that's actually controversial. I'll say right now, I have no idea. Like, in my mind right now, I'll say to you right now, I would never take a gambling sponsor, right? I'd never take I've done Raid Shadow Legends, but even that one, mobile games are the baseline of, like, morality of, like, it's not really that bad in comparison. But whereas, if someone came to you and said, hey, steak, clearly there's some massive issues with that one, right? I'll be honest with you. I think when you do a mobile game sponsor, I'm going to say this because I think it's fair. It might lose me a mobile game sponsor in the future. I think these companies waste a lot of money on sponsors because I don't think most target audience who watch general Twitch streamers are necessarily buying into these mobile games a lot of the time. Most people can kind of see the bare bones. Most people make fun of these kind of games, right? Thankfully, over I think the past couple of years, the sponsors that I've been offered are usually games that, like, I love it when a game is, I'm already going to play it. That's great. If a game I'm already going to play comes to me and sponsors me, it's awesome. That's gone the opposite way, though. I mean, I don't think I would ever get sponsored with these guys again because I don't think they like me. But take Ark. Ark, I was very vocal about this years ago, but when I was in the Ark category, they only sponsored people that weren't in the art category. They never paid people there, right? And that, I think that, I can't speak for everyone in Ark. I know at least a few of us were like, okay, that's pretty shitty. They know we're going to be streaming the game because we're stuck in that category, but they've never given back to the community that actually keeps the game alive. But I think, if you were to take into account, most video games that I've been sponsored for, it's rather games that I haven't really heard of, and I'm willing to try out anyway, on a quiet day, or games which I actually am excited about, or I've been, like, curious about, and I wouldn't have bought, but then I get the code for it, or I get the sponsor, and I'm like, actually, do you know what? I'm glad I tried this out. Like, I've tried to be one of the things I try to do, but obviously, you get influenced by getting something for free, which is why we disclose it. Is try to be honest when I like a game a lot. Or my issues without shit talking the game, because you have to be careful what you sign in a contract. But to spin that around, I'd like to say that I'd never say no to a gambling sponsor. I think I'd hold off pretty strong against that. I don't think I need it. But then it all comes down to, if one came to me and said, 3 million for this, and I sat there and I was like, holy fuck. I don't know. I've never been offered that. I'd like to say I'd say no. I'd like to say I would say no. But who the hell knows? Who knows what I'm in that situation? Who knows what bills have come in? Who knows what's going on there? How do you do this? And I think as much as I'd love to say no, I think it'd be privileged if I did say that I have a clear cut for everything. I think I do. I would like to be to a point where I never have to even have that situation happen. You know what I mean? If I earned, I've got a very standard amount of money that I'm happy earning. If I earned about 3 times the amount I did right now, which is a good, healthy wage, I think I could put enough money away so that when I can't do this anymore in how many years, because who knows how long this goes on for, I have enough money I can put away and don't have to worry, and I can treat this like a normal job. I would turn down anything. Turn down anything that I don't. Would you take a mind's eye? Sure, because, Yes, exactly, want to. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, the reality is you don't get off of that. I'd like to think if I get to the point where I am very well off as a streamer, I wouldn't care. I think take someone like Tomato. Tomato doesn't really do that. He's at a fine point. He could get offered a steak sponsorship. If I was earning Tomato's money, I would not touch any of that shit. The same way he doesn't. Because the real life is, the real point there is it's easy to think Life-changing money only is life-changing when you're in a position where you wouldn't be offered it. You know? I drop living a long, comfortable life, trying to make whatever I have happen. That's fair. That's fair. But yeah, so far I've not had any issues with morality. Which is good. Which is good. Most of the time, the sponsors I take are pretty cool. I like them. Like, we did Fortnite the other day. Unironically, I think Fortnite's really fun. I actually had that stream. I think it did okay. It did my worth. But I think that stream actually made some great content. But people would click off of it because they see Fortnite. But I think that stream actually was killer for content. I think some of the stuff that was happening. I wish people spoke more on their mics, but that stream was very funny. Yeah, that's a given. Yeah, I mean, most CEOs. Being able to retire at any point. Yeah, that's really genuine. Well, my goal in life is to have enough money put away that I can retire, and then just have fun with the rest of it. I wish I could get to a point where streaming wasn't my career. I wish streaming was just me running D&D and doing stupid shit, paying a ludicrous amount of artists. Like, if I was earning really good money, I'd just be buying fuck tons of art, paying people to design monsters and help me with some. I mean, I wouldn't really want to. I like designing monsters, so I wouldn't give it all away, but I'd love to do, a mix. There's a lot of stuff there, though. But that's the nature of most streamers, though. You'll see that on the across the board. Like, I could name 20 streamers right now who struggle on that base. How much work do you put into D&D per session? It varies. I'm a slow prepper, to be honest, so at least a few hours before every session. I, for one, would not take Fortnite sponsors due to their use of AI with the Darth Vader thing. But if I judge for others do it. Yeah, for sure. Sure. If you had an issue with that, for sure. I'd love to say no to something like that. But I won't lie. That's on the lower end for me. Would you put money on large events if you had fuck ton of money? Oh, dude. If I had fuck you money, if our stream grows, right? And I have faith we will. I think we've got quality. I think a big point of Twitch is discovery, right? I mean, I know that I'm not everyone's cup of tea, that's fine. But if I know I know the shows we run are good. Like, I look after finishing Sunforged and Big Bad Evil Gangster, like, always come back out with a bit of euphoria. Even if the session wasn't the best session, I come out with, like, we're doing something fun, unique, and I like it a lot. Like, I'm very proud, and I'm very, like, I think it's good. I think it's really good content. I genuinely think if more eyes saw them, they could blow up more than they do. Right? I think our biggest downside on this Twitch stream and Twitch in general is discovery. And so I'm confident that, just keep doing as we do, keep creating new shows, keep doing that, pushing the content that actually does take a lot of effort, and it eventually get to that point. And if it ever does, the quality of that content will go up 100 times. Because there's times where I'm like, man, I'd love to put a monster here. I can't really afford to pay for more art this week. Do you know what I mean? Now, would that be D&D centered? I'd probably do primarily tabletop stuff and shows. I like running shows, like Snailblaze and stuff. I love doing that. But I wouldn't stream every day. That's true. Yo, Max, thanks so much for the 10 drop, dude. I appreciate that. Yeah, you're right, refreshing. Wants to join some writing for indies. I would do that. In fact, if indie companies came to me right now, I'd do that. Come from YouTube, that might be my safe. Yeah, it definitely does. It's a build-up. Thank you very much, Max. That's very sweet of you, dude. I appreciate it. And thank you very much to anyone who can afford the support. I don't mind if someone can't subscribe and whatnot, as long as they understand why we have to run ads and shit. That's fine. I was doing a session. Yeah, Big Bad Evil Gang's been really good. It's been really good. But yes, long story short, across the board, outside of Twitch and all that good stuff, chat, bringing it all back down to the base. Eat the rich. but the very, very rich. You know? Eat the billionaires. This BB at work. Never cared to listen to D&D, but it's a fun time. I'm glad. We've had nothing but positive feedback about Big Bad Evil Gang. I think if we play on the 1st, which is looking like we are going to, by the way. Chat. I'll give you a little teaser. Because it's fucking funny. Here's a little teaser. I don't mind doing this because Big Bad Evil Gang's not got the depth of like Sunforge. I don't like to tease anything Sunforge. Some of the players might be hungover. So I might be playing off of that in the game. I've got this really fun, stupid idea. So, because it's January 1st, there might be elements of the recap as the entire episode. That's what I'm leaning on. So that'll be kind of the tease and do it. So that's the fun thing about Big Bad Evil Gang. We get to have stupid stuff, experimental, dumb D&D shit. So yeah, I'm hoping we play on that day because it's going to be a very funny, stupid episode. It's about eating the rich. That's funny, Summer. It's a big. Oh yeah, every year. I love that big fudge quiz of the year. That's one thing. If I ever took a sponsor for Big Bad, the big fudge quiz of the year, I'd want the sponsor to be stupid. I'd want it to be a really funny, like, I would love to get a sponsor on that show that is like, question 9, what is the best game in all of the, and you 100 points. Some stupid little, like, NASCAR Greg, something stupid would be amazing. My favorite episodes from God Formation from time to time. Yeah, that's fun. I've got my brother going through Sunforge right now, which is very fun. And also, I hope so no one never feels included when we have these big rants and shit. Mostly I'm screaming at the sky. He's watched a little bit of Big Bad Evil Gang. But I think he likes the long depth storyline of Sunforged. Which is a very surreal thing for me, by the way, because I'm the youngest of 3. And in the recent years, my oldest brother, who is 8 years older than me, very like, you know, when I'm 8 years old, he's 16. Lives a whole totally different life. The big connection between me and my brother was our love for nerdy culture. Like, he loves games, loves comics, all that kind of stuff, right? That was our big connection. But I remember, like, when my brothers were similar age because they're a couple of years apart. Whereas one of them's 5 years older, the other one's 8 years older. I remember when, like, they discovered smoking weed when they were like 17. I'm still just like, one of them was, I think, 18, the other one was 16, smoking together. I'm down there as like the 11-year-old kid being like, can I come and hang out? No, get out of here, kid. You know, that kind of kid, right? So there's always been that kind of separation, especially when it came to streaming, right? Because they went into the real world, and I'm saying, going, I want to try streaming for a while. Yep. How much money are you earning? I got, let me check. I earned $1,000 this year at the stage. So I think at the first stage, everyone's just like, okay, he's been a bum, which it probably was. And what's surreal is seeing, I've had 2 examples of my oldest brother and then one of my other brother's friends who now watch portions of my content, and it's strange. It's fun. It's very sweet. It's humbling. Not humbling necessarily. It's kind of it's nice. You know? She's like, yeah, this is what I've been doing, man. You know? Because I was always looking up at my older brothers. I was always kind of, you know, vindicating. Yeah. There's an element of like, I'm always more invested in what they're doing than what I'm doing, because I'm always he's just playing games. So it's kind of cool to have like my oldest brother, who is a pretty intelligent guy, very creative guy, appreciate my creativity. And then one of my other brother's friends, my other brother was the more sporty guy, so I'd like to have one of his friends who's actually interested in that shit is cool. Yeah, validating. Yeah, it's really sick. Jason. Screenshot on the idea. I love that. That happens in Big Fat Quiz of the Year. They bring in celebrity things. I haven't really thought of doing that because I was like, I'm not going to pay Cameo. But that fits the fucking that fits the scuff. That's a very fun scuffed idea. That's a great one. I like that. I'm taking that. That's really fucking stupid and funny. For this question, that's so good. Yeah, I like that. That's really good. All right, chat. We've ranted enough. We've had enough fun. For what it's worth, Rats, if you're out there, man, I don't think you're a troll. I think I get it. Your perspective is going to be coming from hard times, so I don't hope you didn't feel unincluded from that, man. Or targeted. I mean, you put it in a pretty blunt manner, so I'm not surprised that everyone was so argumentative with each other, including me. But, you know. Let's see what Matt Mercer chose as his last meals. Okay, I'm not going to watch this full thing. In fact, I'll probably watch all of it off stream, but I don't really like to. I really like the show, and I'm not looking to catch a DMCA strike by taking an entire show in. So I always like to see what it is. Dude, I'll tell you something about sponsors, actually, which is really funny and cheeky. A lot of the sponsors, and this happens behind the scenes, they're a way to sponsor you during your lower seasons. You can kind of tell. I imagine they have like a radar and an AI that tells them what different periods are. But I remember I had to turn down one recently because they were offering way under my rate, right? I already dropped my rate and said, hey, is this okay? And they're like, no. And it was because of... it was during the dead season, just after we started playing way too much Arc Raiders and there's nothing to play. And our viewership was like averaging lower during that time. It was probably about 180. Like, well, probably early November and whatnot, like mid-November. And they were like offering it. And they're like, well, you haven't done well on these certain days. And I was like, wait, I looked at my average and I was like, you've picked out like the 3 days. I was like, I don't know what we're doing today, chat. Everyone else is streaming at the same time, and we're doing like Arc Raiders. I was like, you cheeky bastards. They love doing that shit. It's cheeky as hell. Can you ask a last meal so long that you are still eating when they execute you? I think people have tried that, right? That's a big thing, right? Yeah, one person ruined it for everyone. No, you are right. I think the perspective is we clashed on a different perspective there, Rats. Because I thought you were just being a troll. It's more so that we felt bad that they could have got out of they nearly broke out of the Matrix, and Agent Smith took them out. I choose to eat the chair. Okay, let's guess what this is. Far right, quesadillas, right? They look good. They look chunky. Top right, is that a chicken katsu curry? Is that a flan there at the bottom right, or is that a toffee? That could be a sticky toffee pudding. I'm not too sure. Is he drinking bourbon in the middle? I don't know. And then there's some sort of like broth there. It looks like there's something floating around in that little cup, so I imagine that's like a miso broth. What's in the back in the pot? Any chicken bottomless? Yeah, I don't know that one. I've never had that. Because the chicken looks strange there to me. I imagine it's good. Cheesy broccoli or something? Yeah, or dumplings of some kind? I don't know. And then on the far left, a chicken Caesar salad. Mental to me. I'm a big, though, cook my vegetables guy. I think every vegetable kind of tastes better cooked. It's slightly more unhealthy, though, I guess. Although, I guess Caesar salad's not more. Yeah, do you know what I was going to say, Jason? I think it is a weeby choice. I get it. Look, hey, you know, do you know what I mean? Like it's a lot of just pure Japanese cuisine, but it's, you know, it's good food. It is good food. But I think anime has done massive works for Eastern cuisine. Like, that shit has definitely caused way more people to try ramens, katsu curries, etc. Yeah, for sure. It is good. It's good. I would eat all of this probably. Maybe not the salad. Mostly because I like chicken Caesar very specific. I skip through to see their choice for each of the foods, and then I go and watch it off stream to see all of the discussion. That's very true, Stank. That is very true. Here's a question I've asked before. It's the last. I really do want to play Tainted Grail today. What game? Have you ever paused a game or TV show to go and make food because the food looks so good in it? Because I know an exact example. I remember it was like 2 a.m. And Monster I could see being the example. 2 a.m. I go down to the bit in Cyberpunk where Jackie meets you at the noodle place. Now we're gonna play Tainted. We're gonna play Tainted. And I looked across at him. He's eating those noodles, and I didn't hear a fucking word he said. I was so hungry, and I see the noodles, and I'm like, all right, yeah, pause the game, and I walked straight downstairs, made noodles, came up, and continued the scene, eating them. Did you do the same thing in that part? What was it about that part that made them look so good? I've got to find it. Hold on. I'm going to find this one scene. That, if you guys are saying the same, then it wasn't just me feeling hungry at the time. That was subliminal messaging, man. Putting his ramen scene, like, yeah, there's the, Jackie Wells eating noodles. This is definitely not going to come up, is it? Oh my god, I found it. Cheesy garlic, none of it. Yeah. I can see that. That always looks so good. This doesn't even look crazy good. Let me get. Because that looks fake. I remember this being so good. It might be the sound effects. I don't know what it is. Yeah, but then loads of people had it. You were just hungry, but several people said they did the same thing. It was the atmosphere. Maybe, yeah, it's the sun, the atmosphere, everything going down. Maybe it's the build-up, man. Because you didn't even really get to see it much there. Could be their settings. Yeah, maybe their settings were bad. I swear you could see it. I'm checking this one. I swear you could see it. Wait, is it... Oh, he's cooking it. See? It inspired this guy to go and make noodles. He even made a video. No, it's definitely that scene. It was definitely that scene. I remember sitting down and doing it. It might be this, actually. It might be this. Just looking across and seeing this steaming like this. It actually might be that. It might be you could turn your head around in that scene and look across to this. And if you're a little bit pulled back. I'm telling you, chat, like, loads of people are saying that there's something in that scene. It must be the build. It must be everything together. Didn't make this exact video. I'm telling you, man. That scene made that guy... I'm telling you, man. That scene, for some reason... The lighting looks trash? Yeah, maybe here, but I don't know. Corporate brainwashing? Yeah, it's just weird, because that looked bad in comparison. I'm so confused. That... I remember genuinely, it was just that part. Yeah, me too, man. So I know Matt Mercer might be the one person that I've never met that I have the most 1 degree of separation to, right? I know probably about 15 people that know him. And every single one of them says they might be the nicest guy that they've ever met. Which is a nice thought, right? Whereas I have met John Bernthal. And it was the opposite. I actually got the most conversation out of John Bernthal that entire day. Yeah, the Keanu D&D, yeah. There's ones go, yeah, she's played a lot with them. She's ran games for them, I think. But I kind of want to meet Matt Mercer and have him be a dickhead to me. I want to be gaslit. I want him to go to me and go, oh, fuck off, arsehole. And then walk on and I'll be like... It'd be amazing. And you're like, did you hear that? And then he walks past someone else and goes, hey, have a lovely day to you. Just the one person. That looks good. Wait, what was this? Oh. Yeah, he's a whiskey drinker. I wish I liked whiskey, dude. Another thing in D&D. Get out of here, kid. No one will ever believe you. Yeah. The Bill Murray. I wish I liked whiskey. Whiskey's that one drink that whiskey's cool. Internet hated that guy so hard, really. Just don't like it. Have you tried Japanese whiskey? No, but I've tried all sorts of whiskey. Like, I've had expensive whiskeys here. I've had Scottish ones. I've had Kentucky whiskey. I just try whiskeys. And every time someone's like, yeah, I haven't tried this. I go, don't like it. That's cool. That's fair. Hey there. I like a pleaser, a fireball whiskey. It's like smoking. Smoking's really vanished in smoke. Unless you look, yeah, smoking looks cool. It does. It does look cool. Vaping doesn't look cool. Vaping looks stupid. And I do think, if they can find something that's cooler, if you could find a way, maybe they should make it so, like, vaccines, you can smoke them. Something useful to smoke. Because it does look cool. It's very cool. Pipe smoking's cool. Has to be a caveman 05. But there's so much. It's films. Film media has done a big push on cigarettes being cool, along with the marketing at the time really pushed for it, right? But that kind of like. But I think now when I see a scene where like two people are smoking after sex, I can smell the scene. And I'm like, ugh, it's dank. Their pillow smell, their cover smell. Why are you doing that in the bed? That's gross. But the back of my head, I'm still thinking, but they do look cool. It does look cool. I will say in France, I think I saw newborn babies smoking. Everyone smoked in Paris. It was crazy. Like, it genuinely felt like going back in time to when I was a kid. Like, genuinely, vaping's just not cool. Smoking, don't smoke, but it looks cool. Get one of those fake ones. There's no taint yet. I'll play Tainted soon. It smells better if you smoke in Paris. Nice. Summer and Blue is also French, by the way. That's a very French take. I'll let you on a secret. You control the amount of vapor producers, the people who make huge plumes as dickheads. It's because it's cool to make the plume, right? That's why they like it. Or they think it's cool. A horror show looks like the mist in there. Yeah. Vaping does smell nice, yeah. It takes risk in not looking cool. More comment over there? Yeah, I can see that. Do you know how I can tell that, Matt Mouser? Long sideburns. I feel like it's a genetic trait. And because he always says high noon. Does Long and Seal get smog? Yeah, I think so. Oh, he's probably in his 40s. Good choice, good choice. I'm not going to spoil the whole video. We're just going to see... we're going to see the courses and the reasoning behind. I mean, do you need a reason behind this? Do you know what? I grew up in like an Italian household of like lots of Italian food. It took me so long to realize that you shouldn't be putting, or like when you display Japanese food, Korean food, East Asian food in general, they usually put the rice on the side, meat there, sauce outside of obviously like a soup and stuff. Whereas in like Italian cuisine, it's always like on top, you know. So the amount of times I just kept serving it on top, and I was like, this doesn't look right. What's wrong here? It looks so fucking good. Quesadillas are so good. I made quesadillas because I had a crash out, real life crash out over quesadillas, where I fucked them up. I tried to flip them, and they just all the content spilled out, and I lost my damn mind. About 3 months ago, I nearly turned to smoking, and then I saw a recipe where you could put them in the oven, and it solved my clumsy hand issues. Right? I can flavor food well, but as soon as you ask me to tightly pack something, it is like packing a present. My brain's telling me how to do it. My hands are not doing as they're told. And, oh my God. Almost got into a fight in Mexico City, arguing that quesadilla must have cheese in it. As in, they argued it shouldn't, or what's the, I assume yes, it should. Takes practice, yeah. A body for cooking stews, yeah. They argued it shouldn't. I mean, I get why you might not add it, but it won't be as good. It's like removing cheese off a pizza, you know. I get why some people do lactose. I should remove cheese off a pizza. Why would you do it? How are you doing it? It is the glue. Yeah, let me hear this. It is in the name, you're not wrong. But the thing is, you know, some people might not do it. Happy holidays to you, Riddle. They might not do it because of you know, lactose intolerance, which, you know, you can have one without it. That does sound good. Cute. Cool. Cute. I like it. I love it when they come onto the show and they give like a little, like, it's mixed to it. As a scale to like just enjoy. Some people will just get their nice, thanks for you, a little bit of milk products. Just get the runs a few hours later. You say just get the runs. That shit sucks. But yeah, that's the later I'm in. It fucks me up. Oh, it's very different. It, like, I said this to Jinx yesterday. I was like, man, I don't know why I feel so rough. And she was like, Joe, we were playing BG3 and you told me to get a pizza. And then you ate some ice cream. I was like, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I did do that. And she was like, you got to stop doing that. I was like, no. There's no point. Do you know that feeling when you have a cold and you're like, I'm never going to risk getting a cold ever again. And as soon as you don't, and then from then on, you're like, I'll walk outside with shorts. I don't give a shit. I'll go to this place with there's other sick people. I won't get it. It's only a cold. I'll get over it. It's kind of the same way, but on a quick scale. My lactose intolerance sucks the night of. The next day, I'm like, I don't give a shit. I'll eat that ice cream. You know, it's, and it's only, by the way, it's only happened in the last few years. So if you're young, don't write it off. I think I've only had this for maybe 2 years, 3. It's been building up a little bit, but it's only kicked in maybe in the last like year and a half. It sucks. Same with spicy food. Spicy food's fucking me up now too. I've never had this. Why does the chicken look so boring? Oh. Wait, what? So that's why it looks so pale. So you... Wow, okay. I want to try this now. That's why we just now can't touch them? That's crazy. You got to the point where you throw up instantly from ice cream? That sucks. Happy holidays, Journal. Journal. I just mumbled your name. Your brother gets bloody noses from chocolate. If that happened to me right now, chat, you'd never see me again. You'd never see me again. I want to try this now. For Jinx's, by the way, if you saw the fiasco the other day when it was Jinx's birthday and I didn't have a cake candle for her, it's because she bought this cake that we've been sharing. And I didn't want to get more cake, right? I didn't want to get more cake, and because we've already got like a whole like Yule log, and we've got half this cake already remaining, and we also had this like apple and something. I think it was apple and blackberry crumble with custard. I was like, we got so much shit like that. I want to get something different. And her favorite ice cream is rum and raisin. And I was planning to put a candle in the little rum and raisin, and then she blow it out, and then, you know, of course, it turns out nowhere really does rum and raisin here. All the Deliveroo places didn't have rum and raisin. The specifically this chain restaurant called Creams in the UK does all sorts of different flavors. It's renowned for dessert place, right? It does waffles, it does cookie dough, it does all no rum and raisin flavor, right? So I'm like, actually, old lady flavors, yeah. So I was like, oh, fucking hell. I had to find it, and it's one of those shitty little 120 milliliter things. Costs £4, by the way, obscenely priced. I was like, every bite you take is gonna be 50p. It's like $1 per bite, right? And I found it in this one pizza place, and I got that. I ordered everything, and I got that and a couple of other things for her. And it said, this place doesn't open till 5 p.m. You'll get your delivery just after that. I was like, okay, shit. Okay, I'll wait until then. And then I hear, I'm listening to her stream. She streams at 2 o'clock, and it gets to 3:30, 3:45. And she goes, all right, chat, I don't really want to play a game. I'm going to end stream. And I'm like, did you get your cake? I'm like, stuck it in the other one. So, you know, I was just trying to do bits. But yeah, I got this rum and raisin. She still hasn't eaten it though. But no one's eating this rum and raisin stuff. It's just no one eats this apparently. Yeah, and I had to put my birthday. I had to show. Well, they said to show ID. I didn't have to do it. I just put my birthday in on the guy's phone. But if you order rum and raisin here, they check your ID because of the rum content. I'm like, how much rum? That kid is gonna puke from the dairy content if they ever get slightly drunk. The rum content can't be that high. Never heard of rum and raisin? I've tried it. It is, quite frankly, it just tastes like rum, which is weird because she's like, I don't like alcohol. No, I've seen it order. Whenever we go to like an ice cream place, if it's served, she always gets it. Yeah, it's probably it's such a tiny amount of rum. I soak rums in rum for an apple salad, not a cake. Well, this is ice cream, but I've never had it with cake. That could be good. I do like rum. I mean, I'm one of those weirdos though that, and it's something I've denied for years. If you ask me what my favorite cookie is, I'd always go. I'd take a solid stance and I'd say, yeah, probably just a chocolate chip, gooey, one of those hard around the outside, crumbly in the middle. But I've been lying. Oatmeal and raisin. Oatmeal and raisin is my favorite cookie. And I've been hiding. Beyond. I love it so goddamn much. Well, I got a packet the other week. I ate all 5 in the one sitting. I don't know what it is. I get it. That people might not like them. I get it. It's an old person's food. But god damn, it's good. God damn, do I love it. I like it more than chocolate chip. Which does feel blasphemous. I've never had flan. Actually, maybe I have. It's so good, but I don't like eating it. It's sweet like honey. Maybe I've had it. I don't know. I feel like I'd remember it. Roto cookies do sound good. And I'll be honest with you, chat. I used to be against salted caramel. Because I loved caramel as a flavor. And sometimes they do overdo it. Recently, I've been leaning way closer into salted caramel. There's a salted caramel Haagen-Dazs ice cream. Might be one of the best things I've ever eaten. It's so fucking good. I've had blancmange, so yeah. And if it's like blancmange, then what the hell is this? I do think salted caramel has replaced the caramel market, and that sucks. Right? I wish we got both. But salted caramel has taken it over, which annoys me. You have to bring it constantly, I see. Good choices. Good choices, Matt Mercer. But it's time to game. It's time to take my grail, chat. It's time to take my grail. How is it nearly 6 o'clock? I think I'm meant to finish in like an hour to go shopping. Oops. Did you catch the Fort Rock? I did. He looked across. Lots to be said there. I was going to bring it up. I thought it was a bit too psycho to bring up. But he was going to go with a spoon. He saw that Josh went in with a fork and changed a fork. Whereas I do often, I'll pick up a spoon. Do anyone else do this? Most meals I eat with rather a spoon or a fork. I rarely ever pull out a knife. If I'm a steak and knife, sure. But really, I just do the thing where you just push down, you just cut things with your fork. I barely fuck with knives. I can't be bothered to clean them up. Baby food, no, I just cut it with Or, genuinely, I do. I wouldn't, if I was in public, I wouldn't. But if I've got like a little chicken thigh, I'm picking the whole thing up on my fork and I'm just eating it. I can't be bothered. You know? Or I just use the fork as a knife. Yeah, butter bread, you're sure, yeah. Yeah, it's good. Knife for me is more of a kitchen utensil than it is the eating utensil these days. Spoon is great. Spoon is goated. Will you ever make a faux judge D&D BG3 OC? I definitely could. That'd be fun. I've actually made my paladin on WoW is called faux judge. Up from the bone, wash my hands, and eat it with a fork. Yeah, it's good. Use my knife as a fork. Oh, you're one of the. See, I'm terrified of that. Because in my mind, I'm like, what if I suddenly slip forward and the knife goes up through my entire jaw and I die? Or through the back of my throat, you know? A fork should be. A fork is elite. Eat an apple with a knife, though. I've never done that. Or at least not. I've probably tried it. That's another cool looking thing. Villain that slices an apple. Cool. That is cool. That's immediately cool. You know, that's an immediately cool thing. There are a lot of things in life that are just... You have that guy, and then he leans back and he takes out a cigarette or a pipe. Damn. That's an aura. If you grab an apple by the butt, you can tear it down the middle and it looks cool. Ooh. What's for dinner tonight, Max? Spaghetti bolognese, I think. However... We've got to go shopping, so I'd have to cook it afterwards and leave it. Spaghetti bolognese, I think. However, I really want to do penne alla vodka. Because I saw a picture of it yesterday and I was like, wait. Would this be psycho chat? Because I bought a jar, this is blasphemy, but I bought a pre-made jar of like spaghetti, like Dolmio mix, right? Do we scran? I've kind of avoided doing scran, I get bored of it. Could I do all the same steps for bolognese and then just add in the cream and vodka and turn it into some sort of fusion between penne alla vodka, or would that be psycho? Because that sounds, it could be awesome, but I feel like it could also be bad. Because you're meant to mostly use tomato paste and stuff, right? It's pretty similar though, right? Because I did look at it and I was like, oh man. Made you do a great job with this song. My back ape style, yeah, nice. Regular aioli? Yeah, no, I do, yeah, it is nice. Marinara pasta is my favorite. Yeah, it's so good. Do you have extra sauce? Yes. How big of a batch? I don't know, actually. Probably for 3 people, but serving 2. I keep overcooking at the moment. I keep making too much food, and then like Jinx used to have a bigger appetite a few months ago. Now she's like, I think because she went through a bunch of ear infections of that, she's been struggling. So at the moment, I'm like, I can't finish yours and mine. I'm making too much. You do it since you got extra in case it doesn't come out well. Yeah, it could be good. It could be good. I might do it because I had never tried penne alla vodka until a couple months ago. And I always just thought, well, that'd be great. I don't know. It doesn't sound that great. And then I made it for the first time, and it was unreal. Like genuinely one of the best things I've eaten. Tainted Grail. My taint has King Arthur talking to it. First time. Okay. Although, do you really put vegetables in penne avocado? I suppose it doesn't matter. Who gives a shit? I love a pasta bake. Pasta bakes are so good. And then taking meals like Sam, Karen, Frodo. Yeah, genuinely. You like seafood in your pasta? Yeah. You big into Arthurian legends? I wouldn't say I'm big into them, but I like them. Like I feel like I'd be stealing something if I said I was a massive fan. Dude, honestly, I've got to get off the subject of food, dude, because I've got hereditary acid reflux, and if I don't eat, it kicks in bad. And because we've been talking about food now for the last hour, I'm getting acid reflux kicking in. But I will say, baking any pasta is insane, and the day after, it's fucking unreal. Pasta's that food that, like, when you first have, you're like, delicious, and the day after, you're like, what? How did you fuse together so damn well? All right, well, how do I get out of here? Wasn't I talking to the dude last time we left, and I just had to say to him, can we leave? What? Trust us with this info. Oh yeah, I don't get it as bad as my family. Like, my dad takes something called metformin every day, which is like a tablet you take, and it kills off any acid reflux. But I only discovered it was hereditary like a few years ago, because of my brother used to get the equivalent to Pepto-Bismol, and he would just go like, he'd have it with him all times, and he'd glug it. My one's not as bad as theirs. When it kicks in, it fucking sucks, right? And I just knocked back some Gaviscon, but... Wait, how do I get out of here, chat? Metformin for diabetes. Okay, sorry, what's the other one he takes then? Let me check. He takes metformin because he has diabetes. Then he takes... acid reflux medicine. What does he take? Omnipretzel. Or Omepretzel. Omepretzel. That's the one. Yeah, you guys got it. I should make a bonfire. Oh, that's what it was. Yeah. He has type 2 diabetes, so he does take metformin as well. That's the one he takes. Yeah, Omnipretzels. Yeah. Omeprazole. Is that how he always says Omepretzel, so that's why my brain's telling me that. That's the shit he takes on the regular. That's apparently great for acid reflux. I've not tried it. But the worst is when you get into bed and you just feel acid burning up your gullet. All right, we'll talk to you, my friend.
I should be gone.
Yeah, that's King E. Arthur right there. Omeprazole. That makes more sense. Omeprazole.
Yet, here we are. Whatever he tried, it must have failed. Something must have gone wrong for him. For us, it was a stroke of luck.
My mum's text message when she was asking about almond milk. This might come out backwards, but does it show it? She did one line at a time. What almond milk? It looked like she was getting aggressive about it. She sent she sent Jinx one of those shitty online card things as well, and she was like, "Did Jinx is her name? Did Jinx get the card I sent?" And it was like a 3-minute video of just what was it? Little dancing bears before it ends the video, and it goes, "Happy birthday from Linda, Jeff, and Sparkle." But all spelt wrong. All just like super old. She's probably got a subscription where she pays a ludicrous amount of sum, doesn't realize it, and she's like, "Oh my god, they're scamming me." It's so stupid. Like, watching them age has been like, "Oh no, oh they have to do so much." Like, it's so funny. It is sweet. It is sweet, but it's It is the you're trying to keep up with it, you know. Like, did you subscribe to one of these other card things? Yeah, I love cards. Do you know what happened?
I felt him strike. For a moment, there was nothing. No weight, no voice, no self. just silence. But then you pulled me back, didn't you?
Yeah, it was suspicion, yeah.
Or have I never left?
Routines on Mindspace? Yeah, dude. Oh, my mum just goes all through her little iPad thingy. She's like, it's not working. And I walk over to her and I'm like, you've got a million tabs open. What have you downloaded here? This thing is a mess. I was like, I was like, just take it to the shop, get it wiped. I'll lose all my photos. No, your photos are still on the cloud here. What's the cloud? Oh my god. Caradoc hates you. He said you don't deserve to return.
Hatred. Yes. That much I understood.
Wait, make what for them?
Why? What did I take
Cards?
from him that he would go so far? He speaks as if he knows me. As if he has seen something I have not.
Oh my god. Yeah, probably should.
I reach for it, and there is nothing.
On the same website. My dad's really bad for that. He'll go, Joe, my laptop is not working properly. Could you have a look at it? I walk in there. Literally, genuinely, maybe 70 tabs. And I'm like, well, you've got so many tabs open. This is what it's going to be. You're going to have to close some of these. He goes, well, a lot of these are videos I'm planning on watching. And you'll see it be like, World War II Spitfires, where are they now? And he's had it open for about 3 months. And I'm like, just put it in saved later. And he'll be like, well, no, I don't want to lose that. What's that mean? I don't want to lose that one. I don't want to lose that tab. And I'm like, okay, what about the next tab? I don't want to lose that one either. You know, I'm like, no. Just put it in saved. Just put it in a playlist. It's so funny. Why is my computer's email not working? I don't know. Maybe it's because your email is currently you've uninstalled the email somehow. What? So you don't know Caradoc?
No. It seems that I should, but I don't.
Maybe Caradoc's the son of someone.
He knew me, spoke with certainty, with anger. But to me, he's a stranger. If he was a part of my past, then that past has been
200 tabs
taken
open,
from
yeah.
me. I need to regain it.
Goes the video and then tries to describe it. That's funny. That is the opposite, but equally frustrating experience.
I don't... Not much. That isn't right. I should remember.
So if I'm going into the bath, I'm just letting you know.
All I know
hey,
is that
if
I left
Jinx,
my
before you go,
kingdom strong, prosperous. It should have grown.
if we're going shopping for stuff,
Must have flourished in
we
my
don't want to
absence.
finish. Do you want to start cutting some food up when you're done with your bath, or do you think you're going to be in the bath until we're ready to go? Just in case you're hungry. Because then we have all the food ready so we can just throw it in the pan when we come back. Well, I was going to make a bolognese. Would you prefer bolognese or penne alla vodka bolognese? I don't know. Okay. One of them's more experimental. Onion and garlic. If you could do, I mean, have your bath first. If we could do onion, garlic, the bell peppers. Depending on, by the time, no, it's okay. You can abduct. And then by the time I'm done, you might be done with this anyway, but or you might be, only just got started. Carrots, celery. Like make that list, and then whatever you get to, I'll come and finish the rest. Onion, garlic, bell peppers, carrots, celery. I think that's everything. And then I'll finish whatever's left over. Yeah. We're making, yeah. This is the whole shebang. Yeah. If you're down. And then I'll come finish off. Because this is what happens, chat. Dude, I wish there was more Australians here. So I could stream a normal 9 to like 5 and then go and cook and stuff. Because it'll get to 7 o'clock. We go shopping and we're not back until like 10. And I haven't cooked. And then you're like, oh man, bolognese sounds good, but it's going to take like 45 minutes. So we're off to steal Excalibur.
It seems so. If Caradoc is
It is around
hunting for more
crocodiles, yeah.
pieces of my soul, we should definitely
Lucky you got an Australian
claim
girlfriend?
them
Good, right.
first. When we do, I should grow stronger. I should remember. I should be whole. Let's go then, young one. Let's not waste any more time. I left my kingdom strong. It should have only grown stronger in my absence. And if something threatens it now, then I will see it restored.
Oh, dude, actually, I'm gonna give you a story about Jinx that pissed me off today. This girl, right? So her sleeping pattern's better than mine, right? Her sleeping pattern's actually kind of fixed from her being sick, and we're kind of, I'm trying to wane back towards hers, but our sleeping patterns were really fucked. Like waking up at stream time, 2 or 3, sometimes 3 o'clock, right? I don't know what caused it. We got into really bad ones because I think we stayed up all night one night. I think it's when we went down to my niece's birthday party. And we got trapped in this horrible sleeping pattern. No, it was before then. We got trapped in this horrible sleeping pattern. And I've been pushing it back now. So like today I woke up at midday, right, 12. I'll get to 11 and then I'm okay, right? If I go to bed at 3, 4, I'm fine with it. 3 a.m. is a nice bedtime, blah, blah. League was definitely one of the catalysts, but I think we just started before that and then League just didn't help. But because she's been sick, she's been sleeping a lot. She's been going to bed at midnight. I've been going to bed at 4 a.m. So I go to bed. She'll wake up 4 hours earlier than I do. I wake up 4 hours later. And her birthday present, one of the 3 birthday presents I got, because I got a bunch of Riftbound cards, which were such a pain to find, by the way. Holy shit, they're all sold out. I had to get individual 12 booster packs. Which thankfully she pulled Jinx cards, so she was happy. I got those. I got this one thing that was arriving today, which I'll say in a second. And then I also got her, like, I don't know, some other little products, right? And this one that was coming today is a Lord of the Rings blanket, right? It's the whole map of Lord of the Rings, but a big, comfortable blanket. And they messaged my phone saying the delivery will arrive between 6:30 a.m., which is crazy, by the way, and 10:30. I was like, okay, shit. Well, at least she'll be awake, all right? And I woke up midday, and I look at my phone. It says, "Yep, left on the porch." Now, we don't have a porch. We live in an apartment block, so I'm like, oh, maybe it's been brought into the apartment block. So left in a safe space, blah blah. And so I'm imagining, oh, someone must have let them in and then put it there, or like, you know, yeah. But it's probably there. They don't show really photos or anything. And I go downstairs, and she's like, oh, your presents arrived for Christmas, blah, blah, it's over there. And I was like, okay, did a package for me come? No? Ah, shit, okay, it's got to be downstairs. And I walk downstairs. And I look in the whole, like, parcel area. Nothing there. I'm like, no, dude, it's not going to come. They've bullshitted. Walk upstairs, and I was like, oh, man, the thing that I've bought for you is not coming. It's meant to come today. Apparently missed it. They've bullshit. I don't know. They haven't given me any information on this. You know, yada, yada, yada. And, like, the only feedback they can give you on the Royal Mail is, like, you click through and you write feedback. And I was like, and they're like, how was your experience today? Like, where's your parcel? I'm like, I haven't received this parcel. And then you put, like, a little thing. What, would you recommend us? No, I don't. 1 star. Okay, it's Royal Mail, right? The official. And then they're like, can you explain what happened? I'm like, I've got no photo of the missing package. They've apparently delivered it, but no one's taken it in. They're acting like they have, yada, yada. This is, I wanted this before Christmas. I've been waiting for this for weeks from the Warner Brothers shop. It's flown from other country, yada, yada, yada. What the hell, man? This sucks. And then they kind of take you through. They don't even take you through to, like, getting any refunds and shit. So I'm like, what the hell? So I'm just sitting there stressed out to Jinx. I'm like, what the hell? So I go through and I have to sign into the whole website and stuff. And then I find a photo. And the photo shows it. The package is right next to our front door. And I'm like, well, I would have seen that. And so I look to my side. And with all of, like, we've got to take out a bunch of, like, cardboard boxes to throw them in the thing. It's right there. And I said, Jinx, did you bring this in? Oh, yeah. I already sent in the whole complaint saying that they never arrived. Wrote the whole thing being like this bullshit. I was like, what do you mean? It's right there. She's like, oh, yeah, that was outside. Oh, dude. I was like, I can't believe this. I can't believe this. You just completely... it was crazy. She just completely forgot. And, like, genuinely, she saw me stressing out. She's like, what are you up to? I'm like, I'm writing a complaint to Royal Mail. I mean, they said they've delivered this bullshit. She's like, oh, damn. Didn't even think that, didn't trigger her brain at all. Genuinely. No trolling involved. Just genuinely, just completely forgot. Yeah, that package. So fucking funny. yeah, I've only got the guy in trouble, and I can't send in a message saying, "Never mind." You know, I'm embarrassed now on a Royal Mail level. So stupid. All right, let's look up the skill trees. I kind of want to go summoning. I don't know. I saw someone say that two-handing's really fun. I'm on a list now, probably. Yeah, like I'm trying to steal packages now. Yeah, yes. It's so funny. Oh dear. Unarmed, two-handed, one-handed general. Is summoning fun? Okay, that's a good thing to hear, because that's what if summoning was boring, but I like the idea of just being like army. But I've heard you can get loads of summons. Shield, stamina, health. Parry, no. Attack speed, that's pretty fun. Is dual wielding fun? Oh, two hands super fun, is it? Something very passive. You can swap, right? So if I'm like, something's a bit too passive and I want to become a two-handed beast, I could do that. Movement, bows. I do like the idea of having a little army of stupid people. Wands and... Wands? Ooh, they've got wands in this game? Is that fun? Is it actually like... I do like a wand. You can have heaps? Oh. Wait, do they just stick with you at all times until they die? Ooh, okay. Wand sounds cool. Cubes, I don't know what that means. Summoning. Combat. That's very generic. General and buffs. Okay, so what does that entail? Spell power. Critical hits on spell. Okay, so it's just general spells increase and then general buffs. Okay. Max mana and stuff. Okay. What's the summoning like? Each active summon increases your mana regeneration. Reduce the amount of mana reserved by summons. Your summon limit is increased to 4. When you deal a killing blow, your summons regain 10% max health. That's fun. Your summons gain health regen. Summon dies. You get attack speed. They get attack speed. Okay. Okay. Cool. Wands are a melee option? Interesting. Whereas cubes are a bit more fun. Dude, this I'm going to be spoiled by choice here. There's so many good options. Stealth I don't care about. Daggers I don't care about. Critical hits I don't care about. Healing. Wait, where is just general spell? Like, have they not got like an evocation like elemental? Crafting and trading. Status is armor. Is that just the general? Spirituality. I want to try summoning. I think it'd be funny. That's the combat bit. Got it. But I don't actually have a summoning thing yet. Wait, is there available points? Oh, did I already put it into summoning? Yeah, okay. I don't actually have any yet, so hopefully we get one soon. Yeah, no one really talked to. Yeah, I heard hype around this game, but I didn't realize just how cool it was. Strength, endurance, dexterity, spirituality, practicality, perception. So strength, obviously melee damage. This is kind of the kind of game that I could see myself swapping between perks. Coming to the end of the year, what are your peak series you watch movies? Max, save that question for tomorrow. Because I know what's going to happen. I'm going to start talking about this, and I'm not going to play this game, and it's going to hit 7 o'clock, and we've not done anything. Whereas that's a good start of the stream kind of question. I've spoken for 4 hours straight. Copy and paste. Remind yourself, because that's I want to answer, but I know exactly what's going to happen. I know that I'll be talking about. Oh yeah, that was good. And then I'll look and go. All right, chat. Well, we leveled up. We'll do Tainted Grail tomorrow, and it's going to happen again. We got to get off this damn island. But it's a good question. Dexterity, so it's stamina regen range, spirituality, spell power, max mana, crafting bonus, weak spot damage, stamina and mana cost. Price of sold goods, that's good. Practicality is really useful. And then critical damage. Also, I've had my window open. Yes, tutorial for 5 streams. It's genuinely crazy. I keep doing it though, chat. I keep talking too much. Fuel? Do I want to do... I did the same thing. I spoke about food and Jinx's delivery over King Arthur, which I feel rude about. Do I want to do any of these other things right now? like spend this stuff. Restore your spent abilities and regain your world soul power. Fuel, light a campfire to unlock new possibilities. You won't be here tomorrow? Oh, because it's your Christmas. You could, Max, save that question then for a few days. We'll stream after Christmas before the end of the year. Just rest? Okay. Rest until 7 a.m. Waking up in the morning.
Ready? Hop on the boat.
Yes, sir. Let's get out of Tutorial Island. Oh, I'm excited to get... I love summoning builds.
The sea was restless, waves slamming against the hull as you left the island asylum behind. Garadoc's boat cut through the black waters, its course set for Avalon's shores. Then the deep stirred. A shudder ran through the vessel from neither wind nor tide.
I was going to say that, Max. I love a dot build, a summoning build, or two-handed sword, usually.
A presence, ancient and watching. And then it struck. The boat lurched violently, wood splintering as the sea itself rose in fury. A shadow moved beneath the surface, vast, coiling, inescapable. The next wave swallowed everything. Darkness took you. Salt filled your lungs. And then, light. The crash of waves. The cold kiss of wet sand. You were alive. The sea had spared you. But not without a cost.
And that one time at night, doomed the Arthurian timeline because he stabbed Jesus' Dr. Dad in the balls. There's a strong dot. That's fun. I think the reason I want to go summoning as well is you don't get summoning in many games. Right? It's the rarer of the things. We got a lot of like tearing it. There's a central point which I think turning off the LSS is fuck with things. I think we just progress a little bit. And then hopefully get our first summon soon. But we'll grab all this stuff. Can you guys see that little shake at the bottom of the screen? Like the little like blurriness that keeps happening? Screen tear. Don't know if it's just on my end. Oh, one hand wand. Oh, one hand wand and summons. Oh, that sounds great. Wait, can I? I can't steal the crabs. Risen? Don't think so. That sounds great. That sounds kind of what I want to do. I like the idea of a wand. I've always found wands kind of cool. You know what I mean? When you hold your wand like... Oh, shit. Whoa. Yes. Creepy corpse eater. I shall rob your camp now, my friend. Cooking for the Resistance, Part 2. I'm liking this game, dude. I think this game's going to be awesome. That's not it. Food's purpose is simple for the belly. Fuel the thing. Hunter stew. Don't fret. Even the most hopeless cook can follow special. Okay. I say you do go... They do throw a lot of cool swords at you. Wait, like swords that actually do stuff? Ah, shit. There is a chance I change. Just your hands, cool aesthetic. See, I like the one because of the whole, like, the dueling aspect of it. I'm not a big Harry Potter guy. Right? I enjoyed those movies. Obviously, I hate J.K. Rowling's stance on anything. But as a world, I enjoyed those movies. The thing I did like the most about it was the general kind of dueling stance between two magi. You know, I always thought that was quite cool. Like, I think Lucian Malfoy is cool. Like, that character just is that's a cool D&D character to me. Stupid wolf. I might turn up the difficulty check. Can I do it to see if I can? Yeah. Let's try it. I imagine summoning makes this game fairly easy. Or easier. Dig? Wait, did I even dig anything up just then? Oh, was that digging that maybe? Okay. Let's see how different things are now. Yeah, I'm still a god. Yeah, Snape as well, yeah. Yeah, less magic, less Harry Potter. More... I really like Caleb Widogast in Critical Role. And actually, I've wanted to play a character kind of similar to that for a while. Hedge Wizard is like something that I've been meaning to play for a long time. So V to see my thing. The pin that Caradoc gave me should grant me safe passage to the Horns of the South. Okay, let's oh, the music's good when you go in the inventory. What the fuck? Let's head towards the main objective because I might be able to get to my spells quicker. That's a cool effect, by the way. Oh, they all coming my way? I feel like with fire, I should just save up my mana. Use the spell commands. Yes, very cool. I love the idea of a wizard that sleeps in hedges and kind of builds up their, like, you know, they're not... They've been to school, they've done all that. They just do party tricks across the Nice. Yeah, I'm just gonna use my sword until I get my mana back, I think. Oh, hey, come on, man. I thought we were in a fight. Stop. Don't turn your back on me, man. What? Hey! What the hell? The character's a wizard bum. Yeah, like, this is bullshit, dude. Respect my fantasy, man. That's some bullshit, man. The MMO tethering. Yeah, that was very MMO tethered. They straight up ignored me, man. Alright. What the fuck is that? I thought there was something in the water, so that was infinitely scary. Although something in the sky is pretty scary. But the nice blood water is good. Oh, there's a dead body down here. Nothing on him. Okay. The tethering get rather steady. I can imagine. There's something in the water. That's always a terrifying concept, isn't there? Oh. Oh, we might have discovered something. Naked man. I wanted to go towards the main objective, chat. I want to get summoning. Oh, okay, one little cave. One little cave. My mum got scared. Well, this doesn't look like one little cave to me. The mouth!
You shouldn't be here. This is no place for the living. Poor sod. I pity you.
The Watcher was scary, actually. Yeah, you're alright. What is this place?
You should not ask me. The Druids created this place. They called it the Hall of Trials.
That's
as
cool,
they
and I
sought
agree
to
with that.
find a worthy pet for themselves. We all wanted to see the garden, to learn something from those cunning vermin. I doubt they expected such an outcome themselves.
Why don't you just
I
leave?
cannot. I am bound to it for eternity.
Who are you?
I think my name was Mallory. I wandered in search of meaning.
If I was called Mallory, I'd
until
also forget that
one
name.
night, a very special dream came to me. In that dream, a beautiful, towering flower whispered to me, "You will find me, if you want me, in the garden." And so, this is what I found. From the rain to the gutter. I suppose it's what lies beyond those ever watching, ever listening doors. They wait for our next move. Soon, it will all be decided. When we finish our little conversation, all will be set in motion.
Requires strength 10 or more. Requires spirituality 10 or more. I'm too low for this place. What does it mean?
That's a good question.
What about
But
male models?
I do not know the answer. I've grown weary of seeking it. Too much time spent in a loop
Favorite
of
monster from Lord of the
nasty
Rings?
thoughts.
The Watcher, probably. Or the Balrog. What exactly happened here?
The slaughter has come to pass. A foul affair. Brutal beyond measure.
Yeah, Gandalf did see a
Many
lot of
lives
eldritch shit.
reduced to one. Just me. All on my lonesome. Humans have a rather dreadful tendency to descend into madness, especially when forced to live among others in a cage like that one.
How many of you were
You
there?
could try counting. I grew tired of that long ago. We slaughtered one another until, after
Talk about them?
countless
Yeah, that's cool.
hours, I awoke from the frenzy, only to find there was nobody left to kill. Poor
this one's
Alice
cool.
and Edan.
Alice and Eden?
Those were the last two I killed.
Oh,
Those
shit.
two I remember most clearly. Their bodies lie somewhere over there. It's staggering, isn't it? How many good lives have been wasted in this wretched place. Perhaps we should finish our conversation.
Oh, shit.
There's no point in dragging it out anymore. If I could ask you one thing, try. Just try. I truly wish to leave this place for good.
Oh, shit. Okay, this is not good. This is bad. This is actually very bad, isn't it? Okay. Ah! Oh my god, he's gonna two-hit me. I'm fucking that guy up. I'm fucking his ass up. Oh, I'm about to have the whole conversation again. Okay, we're gonna come back. I wanna go and get this damn summon and get the main quest on the thing. We've got 25 minutes to play. If I go and fight him, I'll probably kill him. But then I'll be like, all right, guys, that's all we got time for today. I want to go up, and I want to see if I can get the thing. So I'm gonna remember to do that one tomorrow. He shouldn't be too hard. You just got to keep dodging, and then a big thing with that guy is to, if I can just make sure that I've got mana, then just keep getting the dots on him. Like I already did 10% health. I missed half my shots. Oh, careful. I don't want to know too much about like where to find things though either. Just in case. Oh, that's a great game, Anna. What the fuck? I thought this would be the town. Just missing all my shots. You know what? I as much as like I want to do the explorer myself, so I'm not just kind of like ticking off boxes. So I do appreciate it. But actually, maybe I have to touch that once. Okay. Does this game do something? I think Oblivion did this, and I loved it. Or maybe I'm misremembering. Maybe Skyrim did this. When you complete a cave, does it change the symbol on the map? Like, does it grey out? I loved it when... I can't remember which Elder Scrolls did that. So useful. You can see why he wants to be a summoner. Yeah. I've got the aim of a summoner. I don't think so. Damn it. It's so good for when you're just exploring around and you remember exactly what you've done. Was it Skyrim? I think Skyrim is the one, yeah. Oh, yeah, because Oblivion could recharge caves and shit, right? Yeah, Skyrim is very good for that. That was a very nice feature. Ooh, some Devil's Snare, huh? I'll take it. It is satisfying, especially when it hits. You know, every now and then I hit an enemy and it does feel good. Nice. How big's the map? That's alright. Not massive. Oh, this is Act 1 though, isn't it? Your money or your life. Just kidding.
What's happening? In the name of the old mother, what are you doing? I could have stabbed you. Wait, I haven't seen you before.
Oh, I'm a traveler. You couldn't. You're so drunk you can barely hold your sword.
I'm not. I could have sliced you up like a fish.
3 maps? Oh, wow.
Like
Sick.
a potato.
And obviously the DLC might add a new one, right? I'm a traveler. I was told I could find a safe
But we
haven
don't just let anybody in, pal. You need to have, things. Proof. Things to prove you're safe for Haven. Yeah.
Here, I have this pin. I was told I'd find a safe haven here in the Horns.
This pin. I can't say I see it very clearly at this present moment, but it does look important. Very official. But I remember Fergus said something about all this, these emblems once. Oh, yes, I remember now. I welcome thee, ye, royal person, on behalf of the keepers. You are a great friend to our own.
That's true, Max, yeah.
Welcome. Please, speak with Fergus. He's our quartermaster. He runs things around here in the captain's absence. He'll greet thee properly. Have a pleasant rest of the day. Open it up, boys!
Hello, Resident Mage here. I guess I can explore around the town later. Is there a spell keeper here? Someone that sells spells? You look like a scroll person.
Welcome, in the name of our eternally reigning majesty, King Arthur, and the Knights of the Round Tables. I am obliged to inform you that fighting those who actively break the law and reject the rule of the crown is the duty and pride of every subject. As Camelot's representative, I will be paying a bounty of 10 gold pieces for the death of each bandit roving the area, as long as adequate proof is provided. I also recommend checking the bounty board for information on wanted criminals, especially those considered particularly dangerous.
Fun.
Please, state your business.
I love a bounty board. I'd like to collect a reward for bandit leaders.
Oh, Someone finally checked out the notices I was posting on the board.
Never mind.
Go, the hunter waits.
Okay.
Oh, hey, before you go, I can see the bloodlust in your eyes, you know. It takes one to know one. So here's some friendly advice, free of charge. If you're seeking scum to slay, you'll find bandits in the ruins of a merchant settlement nearby. It's worth visiting if you haven't already.
Okay. Well, where's your bounty ball, my dude? Okay, here. Wanted, the head of Silent Cilia, last seen north of the sunken village. Notable features, often wearing a black hood and wearing jeweled daggers. A dangerous assassin known by the name Silent Cilia, Cilia the Spectre, Silk, Shade, Sylvia, Sinclair, and Saffron Sheborn. Wanted for multiple murders, robbery, and theft. Killian. The head of Sen and the Giant, an abandoned village near the King's Road. Admirable size. The bandit known as Sen and the Giant is wanted for murder and robbery. Extremely strong and dangerous. Do not approach alone. Be cautious of his two-handed sword. Head of Fingerless Colm. This is, how do you spell that? How do you say this name again? It's like, isn't it Callum essentially, or Colm? No, they pronounce it differently, don't they? Fingerless Colm is wanted, but I don't think that's how it's pronounced. Fingerless is wanted for countless crimes against the people of Camelot, including treason, murder, and robbery. He leads a group of outlaws known as Colm's Dozen. Okay. Rusty Ardgore. Collapsed bridge along the King's Road. Red hair. Infamous bandit. Rusty Ardgore, known as Crimson Ardgore, is wanted for crimes against Camelot. Murder, robbery, executed. He first. Okay. Is there, chat? Does anyone know if there's a spell store here? It's like column. Okay, that's what I thought. It was something strange. Column. Oh, well, actually, that's fair. That's very fair. But that one is still used in modern day.
Sir, I haven't seen you before.
In fact, I know someone with that name.
Guests. You don't look
I haven't
like
spoken to be fair.
And yet, Odrin let you in. He's not drinking again, I hope.
Yeah, it's pretty drunk. I'll dob people in. That's evil.
Most unfortunate. But that explains why you just strutted into the horns. I'm afraid I'll have to take action. The name's Fergus, and I assume you already know I'm the quartermaster here. Now state your business. And please, try to be convincing, or the walls of this fortress will be the last thing you'll ever see.
I got this pin from a friend. I assume you know what it means.
I know. And that's why you're still standing in front of me. However, these pens were only given to certain people. They mean that in times of trouble, these people will always find a safe haven here in the Horns. And that makes me wonder, what happened to your friend? Where is he?
We got shipwrecked on the way, but he could have made it.
If what you're saying is true, he must have had a deal with somebody well above my pay grade, and that leaves only the captain. However, if you're lying, then you might as well have just confessed to the murder of a Knight of the Round Table.
Oh, he's a Knight of the Round Table?
But nobody's
Who was that guy we
much of
took
a
to?
fool, I think. Fortunately for you, I've seen my fair share of morons in life, and you don't look like one. Fortunately for me, this pen only means that I'm to make sure you're safe in the Horns. Nothing about helping you out with whatever you're up to. Anyway, welcome to the Horns of the South. Make yourself at home.
Thank you. Jesus. Tell me about this place.
Fine then. This is the keep. Anyone sworn in as a keeper lives here, unless they're no longer fit for service. If that happens, they get transferred to the village. Otherwise, they're not allowed to go there without my express permission. So if you ever see any of my boys down there looking shifty, feel free to report them. You're allowed to walk around the keep and the village, but if anyone catches you stealing, I'll take your hands. If you attack any of my men, I'll take your head. That enough for you?
Is there anything I can help you with?
We've been having trouble with the dead lately. The kind that don't want to rest in peace. There are more and more of them roaming the area. It might just be the weirdness, as it has been steadily creeping closer from the north, but somehow I doubt it. Anyway, I suggest you go see Marg first. He knows best what's going on there.
Who's Marg?
He's our huntsman. He keeps us stocked with meat, so the lads don't have to live on fish alone. They get pretty grumpy when that happens. Right now, Marg is the only other person who's allowed to leave the keep. I'm not about to risk the life of our last link to the outside world, especially when you're so eager to lend a hand.
Where's the cemetery?
It's not far, and it's hard to miss. But honestly, I'd suggest you go see Marg. You don't really know what you're walking into, so if I were you, I'd try to...
Sure. I only asked the interesting questions. You didn't send any of your men to investigate?
The captain forbade anyone from leaving the keep, so I couldn't. And truth be told, I didn't particularly want to. We don't get many recruits, and you're, well...
disposable.
Your words, not mine.
Alright, sure.
Good. Try not to get yourself killed, and get rid of whatever's been causing the problem.
Ninian's dead. He asked me to bring you this. Who's Ninian?
Ninian. I knew the Red Death would take
from
him.
the town.
Damn shame. He was one of the good ones. You did right bringing this back. The Horns look after their own, even after they're gone. But, now that I think of it, how did you manage to get hold of his tag?
He wasn't taken by the Red Death. The Red Priest tortured him in the Island Asylum.
Tortured? In the asylum? You can't expect me to take that at face value. Brother Riagan said Ninian was too weak to survive the journey. They came for him, and we even held a symbolic keeper's burial for him. And what were you doing in the island asylum? You look fine, but if you were there, near him...
If he's caught the wrong person. He's never going to believe that.
I'm sorry this happened to you. Still, you have to understand, now that you've told me this, I'll be keeping a close eye on you. No risks can be taken when it comes to the Red Death.
It's fair. I'd like to speak with the captain.
Just as I thought. If you have friends among the knights, you'll want to talk to the captain. But that's not happening anytime soon.
Why?
Because I said so.
Oh.
What? Did you really expect that you could just enter our keep and head straight for the captain's quarters? There wouldn't be much point in having walls and guards here if anyone could just do that, would there?
That's fair. I feel like they're making... Let me see the captain or else. But the question was, I can't do that. This pen should tell you I got friends in high places. That's a very cocky thing to say.
So what?
I can pay?
No. No, you can't. I don't take bribes, but if you're eager to throw your gold around, my keepers are running a charity for our veterans. That way,
it would be funny, but he might attack me, so I'll see if I can save beforehand.
Supporting a worthy cause.
Oh.
That's a shame. In that case, why not help them with your own two hands? I might look more favorably on you after that.
Just save here for a second. Wait, did it say save disabled? Never mind.
If you need rest, you can sleep in the barracks. It's no royal chamber.
I want to see if I can buy a
It's
spell.
better to sleep under a roof than under the stars, right? Especially in this horrible weather.
Let me see if that store at the beginning was selling any... She's probably selling some stuff right down there. This all just looks like a training area. Is there a way to go third person? I want to see what the animations are like. What the hell? I was very heavy then. That person. Oh, nice. Oh, okay. It's not there as a just there as a accessibility thing. You're gonna chase RP? I don't know what chase RP is. Oh, I pressed the middle mouse button. I've roasted my thing now. Damn it.
All mother's tits.
I don't know.
I just about had it with this bunch of repressed virgins. And who might you be? You don't look like one of them.
She just looks like a food store, though. You seem angry.
Oh, do I now? You would be too if you had to deal with those sniveling morons when they're up to something. Don't look at me like that.
Who's?
You don't get as far in life as I have if you can't smell bullshit from a mile away. There's something fishy going on here. But I'll get to the bottom of it. And here's a brilliant idea. You're going to help me.
I might, but not for free.
Straight to the point, huh? Don't worry, I'll pay you. And who knows, you might even get a discount on my wares.
That's good. What do you need?
I just need you to go to Brandon and find out why that slime ball is pretending not to know I'm here. Tell him I'm waiting with his delivery.
Oh, Penta server? I haven't really been in the RP scene of that kind.
He knows this already.
I didn't know what it was called. What is it out? I don't know. I mean, I'm not close to Penta and whatnot. I don't really. I know M at least. So I don't really know how it works. January, maybe. I'm afraid I don't have access to the captain.
Right. What was I thinking? You wouldn't. You're new here, right? Shit. There's something going on, you know? They don't want anybody to know, but I can feel it. I've been doing business with the captain for years now.
I'm not really diving back into
Then
GTRP.
suddenly I found myself stuck here. They won't let me further in, not even to set up camp in the village. But they won't let me out either. Anyway, good luck to you. Come and visit if you need anything.
Okay. Can I see your wares, please? Sketchbook. Allows sketching? What's that? Huh? Can draw what you see. Interesting. That's where I found you. I like GTRP, and I don't mind necessarily doing it. I just I'm not desperate to dive back in right now. I guess. She doesn't sell any magish. Allows scouting? Interesting. Allows digging, allows wood cutting. How much is that? 8 gold? Yeah, I'll buy one. You can use the sketchbook whenever you want to draw what you see. That's really cool. What a cool feature. That's 16 gold. Oh, wow. Every items have little stats in them, huh? That's cool. Now you can use the spyglass in the game where you like scout distance in the distance. That's fun. Yeah, I like that. Cool. And I'll grab this. Oh, maybe I already did have an axe. I spent too much money on that crap. Is there any store that sells? There might not be a store that sells magical supplies here. Should I play E3 and actually enjoy it? I saw that he just kind of said, yeah, I had a good time. It's like the most non-entity clip. I like, don't get me wrong, I like GTRP. I don't know. I really mostly play it when my friends play it. It's good for content. Okay, I'll tell you this, because you've already told this. Who told me earlier on there was a cave nearby that had a summoning spell? I'll use that one bit of information you gave me because you've already learned it. And you tell me where that one is, and I'll see if I can do that cave and then finish up after. What's my weight like? We're fine. If that person's still here, which they might not be. Esgar the Protector, devoted guardian to Prophet Kai. Esgar battled the scourge of the Red Death, aiding the founding of the Red Church in the Island Asylum. His dedication saved countless lives during the time of despair. May his memory be praised and forgotten. And then the beach up to the bit to the right. Oh, down here. I'll go there. We'll see if we can get a little summon spell, so we actually have a summon. god. Oh god. Wait, they threw rocks? Hey, cool. Yeah, I don't want to say no to GTRP. I'm not going to say no never. A lot of it definitely does depend on friends. I do want to see what that is, but at the same time, I do want to see this. I want to see this cave. Where's this cave then? So it's near the beach, up and to the right. Okay. The beach I spawned on. See if we can clear out this cave. Was that me? Okay. So over here somewhere? Over here somewhere. Oh, I see. Is it the one that leads straight to? Yeah, the orphan stuff. And that could never happen again. You know that, right? Because we're not allowed. You're not allowed to play kids. Oh, this cave? Okay, let's do this cave and we'll finish up after this cave. Unless the cave is like half an hour, in which case, we'll see. Yeah, D&D's great. Why? It's under the rules of like Red M and 5M that you can't play under 18-year-olds. It's against their rules, their policies. Right, 22, yeah, I love it as well. That's what you've been playing for 22 years. Damn, I've been DMing for 8 years, playing for 8 years, forever DM. I suppose you didn't find me for my D&D then.
Oi,
that's my main content.
Where do you think you're going? This is my spot.
True, Jason.
You can take the other side.
I do miss a little bit of that though.
Just don't get greedy.
I just stole everything from your camp. Thanks for the offer, but I'm not interested. What are you doing with the statue?
What do you think? It's good material. Be a shame to leave it rotting in the ground.
Oh, I'm freezing.
Doesn't hurt that it pays well, if the keepers don't catch you. But they're barely around anyway.
Oh, sick. Okay, that makes sense. Is that why you're doing this, for the money?
Why else? For fun. I might be bored out of my mind here, but I ain't crazy just yet. The material from the statue keeps me fed. Keeps my family fed. That's all that matters nowadays.
You're right, go ahead.
For a moment there, I was worried you were one of those knobs who get their panties in a twist over disrespecting a pile of stone. I can't stand their kind, but they've never gone hungry a day in their lives.
Where is that nice stew I can make? Hunter stew. So what was it? It's garlic, potato. Nice. Okay. Is there no stealing mechanic in this game? Can you just take? Or is it only in cities, I imagine, towns? That goes further down. Let's go up before we go down. Yeah, this guy's just living a cushy life. It's just in cities. All right, cool. Yeah, I mean, I just got a lot of food from that. Oh, iron ore too. Nice. Oh dear. Oh, okay, it makes sense. See, so that didn't count as stealing what I was just doing there. That's just looting. Anything down here? Yep. I didn't really need that pickaxe, but that's fine. I can sell it. I can sell it. Seems like the way to go. And try Assassin. We played it all yesterday. I don't think anything's true now though. Hey, we did a long session yesterday. Yeah, the mining sound is satisfying. Monsters. What the fuck is that? Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. You get the hell out of there. Okay, hold on. Oh dear, this is bad. Ow. You threw a rock at me, little prick. Ow. Jesus Christ. Oh. Okay. I'm not very strong, huh? Yeah, we did a big session yesterday. Oh, what, they jumped down too? Listen to my fire. I didn't put my mana potions in my quick slot. I didn't mean to do that. Let's do this. Just kill the little babies. Ow. This thing's very dangerous. I'm gonna save now. Can you save during? You can't save during combat. Okay. Oh, they found another way around. That's interesting. Ow! 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 They really don't respect the platforms. I just want to be fighting that boss. I can handle the boss maybe. Oh my god, it is half my health. Half my health in one hit. I'm dead. Fuck me in the bumhole. Alright. We might have to save this for next time. Traditional illustration saw that I forgot to resume the recording after I went. Sushi. That sucks. That sucks. I'd crash out. Oh my god, it'd help if I actually hit my shots. He's not dead? That's annoying. Stop throwing rocks at me, you shit. Ow. I remember my dark and darker days, you know? Okay. I have to add this again to here. Where is it? Jesus Christ. I knew it was there and I still got freaked out. Oh god. I pressed the wrong button, that's fine. I'll try and do this. Oh my god, this thing is so dangerous. I need more mana. That got me. Shit. Oh no, he's down on the ground. I need him to pop up now, you little bastard. No. No. Oh, shit. Nearly got the bastard. Don't you reset your health. He didn't. It's fine. Oh my god! Ah! No! Shit game. Alright. Chat, we're gonna have to save this though. Because I'm realizing that I might... What the hell? Oh, you fucker. Leave me alone. He's burning. Okay, now we can leave it. Yeah, what the hell was that save point, man? God, bullshit. Let me go up and get that. I'm gonna get that iron before I forget about it, and then because it's 10 by 7, chat, I've got to go and finish cooking dinner, and then also or making dinner in the first place, and then going to the shops and hoping they have anything slightly turkey related in the shops, which I'm highly doubting. I'm highly doubting right now. We'll see. That was not bad though, eh? We did it. First try. Alright. That should be good enough for me. Alright, let's just leave it here. Save. I will try and play more of this game tomorrow. I think tomorrow, unless we're doing something tomorrow, but I really do want to get into the meat of this game. It's actually if I was elsewhere, I could send I could do a couple of the off-stream bits. I don't want to do anything off-stream yet until we're kind of in the meat of it. Alright, let me see. Let's send you guys on to someone else, cause I am freezing my balls off. Who kind of host who haven't I hosted in a while? Yeah, in a while. Alright, I'm going to send you guys over to Naomi. Go spend time with Naomi, everyone. Have fun with the turkey search? Yeah. I mean, we're going to check one place. If it's not there, then say like we'll just do chicken. Yeah. I will be back tomorrow, chat. We're going to stream tomorrow, not the next 2 days afterwards. So come out tomorrow for the last stream for a few days. I'll see you guys soon. Thanks for all the subs today. I appreciate it. Thanks for the deep conversations today. It was good times. And thanks for just chilling.